So on behalf of the organizing committee, we welcome Dr. M.A. Subramaniam for the session on supply chain sustainability and technology, addressing the challenges for a green future. Over to M.A. sir, and we heartily welcome you to this session.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, absolutely.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Very happy to participate in the National Convention as a speaker. Industrial engineering is near and dear to my heart. When I took classes back in College of Engineering Trivandrum from Dr. KGN and stalwarts like Dr. KVK and people like that, there's so much of interest, in actually pursuing industrial engineering opportunities, and operations management and industrial engineering are like brothers. We teach OM in the business school, and industrial engineering is taught in engineering school. So very excited to be back here and talk. And I think hopefully all of you had a great session yesterday. So this is a great morning for you, a great start. So when the topic came up as to what should be the right topic, and I looked at the theme for the conference, I was thinking there are many areas that are coming up quite a bit interesting. So I wanted to give you a kind of an overall view of what is happening in the industry, right? As a professor of practice, I'm always looking at industry, what is changing, and then also coaching students so that they can go into the right opportunities and even bringing in research opportunities for faculty and so on. So supply chain and sustainability are two areas which are pillars, basically. And then which are emerging in a big way, because supply chain has been disrupted quite a bit. So people are trying to figure out how to manage it better. And then you have sustainability, which has been around for a while, but now it is gaining a lot of attention, because we are looking at a greener future. How do we do recycling and reuse and repair and remanufacturing and there's deforestation. There is regenerative agriculture. There's so much going on in terms of what sustainability can do, and then the technology side of it, like AI and blockchain solutions, they provide the best solutions, right? As we accelerate our process to control these disruptions in supply chain and how to accelerate implementation of sustainability so that we can get to net zero, technology is a powerful enabler, right? So that is where this title finally emerged. When I thought through it, this is probably the best way to present it. So thank you again, and let's get started. And just to introduce myself, I think introduction has been done already. I teach at the University of Texas at Dallas. I want to give you a little bit of background. The undergraduate research program was put together about year and a half ago, I would say, with the first cohort coming in. We are actually promoting undergraduate students to go into research. We pick the best and the brightest and actually bring the senior research professors to work with them and promote them to publish papers and so on. And so that's going on. So where is that culture coming from? Let's go to the next slide here. So University of Texas, Dallas, if you're not familiar with the university, it's part of the University of Texas system. We have 9 academic institutions. UT Dallas is one of them. And there are other sister institutions as well. But out of these 9 institutions, I would say UT Dallas is the youngest almost. Maybe one is of less age than we are. We have about 30,000 plus students. It was established in 1969. So we are younger than CET. CET is 86 years old, I think. So we are like 56. So we're 30 years younger than CET. And then Naveen Jindal School of Management was put together in 1975. We have about 10,000 students. And you can see the School of Management there on the screen. I don't know whether you can see my cursor moving. Here is an area where we're actually building a new building, which is called the Phase 3, the Naveen Jindal School of Management. Once it's completed, we will be the largest business school in the US. That is how much the size will be. And on the same token, we are also increasing our rankings quite a bit, especially in research. So we are ranked number 2 worldwide in North America in research contributions. We have research rankings published by the UTD top 100 business school rankings. And that was created by our dean about 30 years ago when he was looking at research as a component. There was no ranking anywhere which really was done for business schools. So that's when he started it. And then Financial Times is also ranking it now. So we come in the number 2, number 6. And we're very proud to say that we beat our flagship institution, UT Austin, in this research race, because we are ranking better than them. That's one of our small sibling rivalry that goes on within the sister institutions. And we are also ranked number 1 in operations management worldwide in North America with all our top journal publications. And this did not happen overnight, right? This, if you look at this this curve, the bottom here,
Sir, can I
30
interrupt?
years of constant work to push this ranking up has happened. And with our dean coming in 30 years ago and pushing with new faculty members, we had only like 2 operations management
Sir, can I
professors at that
interrupt in
time.
between?
And that has actually now grown into a 35, we have 350 faculty members in the School of Management and 10,000 students. So it's a great accomplishment what has been done. And we continue to thrive with more better selection of students and faculty coming into our school. Okay, so enough of that from the business school side. Let me jump into our important topic of the day, which is sustainability. So the increasing average temperatures, as you can see, has been accelerating in the recent years. If you look at how it is still flat over the years, and then recently, in the last 1960s and on, you can see incredible acceleration. And this is actually creating all the climate change and disruptions we see all around the world. So I don't think there is any question on that. You might see some political, differences of opinion and challenges. But one thing is that most companies have recognized the importance of it, and they are doing, ESG reports, environmental, social governance reports, and so on. And they are really making sure that there is action happening within the companies, because they understand that the Gen Z that is coming out, Gen Zs are the people who are buying their products. If you don't do a good job taking care of these things, you may not be in business. So very important aspect that is happening as we speak.
Ramesh,
yeah.
Sorry, I think there is a comment from the audience, like the slides are not changing. I think it's
I am changing the slides, so
I think it's
Sir, it's not changing here. Sir, can you put it in full screen? Now it is changing, but is it possible to convert it into full screen?
Yeah, that is what I did. When I put it on full screen, can you see it now? And
sir, you close this, and
Yeah.
then when you put your sharing, you share your entire screen.
yeah, that's what I did. Show my.
So can
You're
you do it
presenting-
once more? Like you close this window, stop share,
Stop presenting. Stop presenting.
stop
Okay.
presenting,
Okay.
and then share screen,
Okay. one
share the
second.
entire
Share.
screen.
And this is entire screen, right? That's what I'm sharing.
Share
say-
entire screen.
Yeah, here. Entire screen, and then share. Yeah. Can you see it now?
Ramesh, sir, I think it's the we are seeing the browser.
Now you
window.
can open your slide. You started sharing it. Now open the slide.
Okay.
No,
Okay. So can you see
yes,
it now?
Yes.
Yes, it's now correct. Now it's
It's
changing
changing?
also. Yes,
It is
changing.
changing.
Enough. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
very good. Okay, very good. So, so let me continue on. I know that you have another presentation as well. So the temperature has been increasing, and what we are also finding is that the landfills we are filling landfills faster than we can imagine. Billions of pounds of reusable products find their way into landfills. I worked in many companies in the past, both in consulting as well as like Verizon and General Motors, and all of these products we have to bring it back and how to make sure we can remanufacture, recycle, and put them back into the customer's hands, right? So there's quite a bit of opportunity to reduce waste, repurpose, and remanufacture. That was, in fact, my doctoral dissertation. Consumers are not willing to accept this anymore, and that is where I said the Gen Z population, the new generation coming out, they are actually challenging this. And I hear that from our students all the time, saying, why did we put waste into our lakes or ponds? And they question everything they see around. So it's a very different. That's why I'm very positive that these changes are going to be implemented. People will not take it as a political decision or whatever. It will be taken care of. Can you see my change screen now? I move to the next screen. Yeah. Hello?
Yes, we can see. Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is a circular economy, right? Today, we produce raw materials, create marketable products, sell them, consumers use them, we throw them away. It's a linear process. So the circular economy addresses this waste in this process at every stage in recovery. So, how do we bring this process? There are 5 billion pounds annually attributed to store returns. If you're looking at retails and things like that, there's quite a bit of store returns that happen. Even when I worked in the retail industry, people used to say, what do we do with these returns? If we don't have a process well established, the goal is to mark down these products and sell it off. Nobody was really interested in doing anything to it to take it back to the customers. So you need to have a good process in place to take care of this, okay? So I'm going to go to the next slide. Hopefully this next slide showed up. Reverse logistics is the management and disposal of returns. As you can see, the picture that many of these returns coming back. In 2023 alone, 16.6%, or approximately $750 billion worth of online products were returned. So the goal is now, it is not, you cannot ignore it. It was ignored in the past. In fact, I've seen this happen. Products will come in, they'll be stored in shelves, and then from a financial side, it will be written off after a few months because they lose value as you keep it in the warehouse for a longer period of time. So how do you generate value out of these products? And you can do that, and you do remanufacturing, recycling, especially you save 85% of the energy, and you can actually reduce cost by 30 to 40%. So that is reduced warranty cost for the company. So they are interested. And so, in the US, remanufacturing is a big play. And we actually hold about 50% of the reman business worldwide because of that reason. Okay, so I get to the next slide. Hopefully you can see it. Supply chain disruption and industry in transition. So about a couple of years ago, when we were going through the COVID disruption, I was asked to put together a panel discussion, and we brought people from the industry to our campus. And at that time, I was looking at some of these messages and news articles that were coming out. And some of them said, people like Mary Barra, who's the CEO of General Motors, said, the auto industries will change more in the next 5 to 10 years than it has in the last 50. So what is she saying? She's saying that, companies have moved away from, we all learned IC engines, internal combustion engines and Carnot cycles and things like that. And now we are talking about electric vehicles. And this transition happened when I was in the auto industry. I worked there for 15 years. And we were already moving into electric power steering systems from hydraulic systems. Now it's fully into electric vehicles. We're talking about autonomous vehicles. Business models are starting to shift to some extent to build to order systems if we can. So they're trying out those options and so on. And so the supply chain disruption that happened during the COVID time was really, really an eye-opener. I would say the supply chain, that whole idea or concept of supply chain management gained the most because of that disruption. Even though it was the worst thing to happen, we gained quite a bit from it because people became aware of what supply chain is. And even kids did not get candies during Halloween in the US. And they didn't get many different products which were supposed to be in the retail stores. We got only 60 to 70% at the peak of disruption. So this really became a hot topic, and even the supply chain management as a degree program in the MBA schools became very popular as well. So the other impacts which came from this was the lumber shortages that hit construction industry, container ships. Now we have the Vizhinjam port in Trivandrum. I think we are all getting so excited about the opportunity to be a part of that ecosystem, which we didn't have before. But waiting for days off the coast of Los Angeles and Long Beach to get containers, that was a big issue during that time. Even workers were not available to take truck drivers and people like that because of COVID. So basically the fees, container fees and everything skyrocketed during that time. We'll talk about that in a second. And also the Suez Canal disruptions and other things that came in as well had some huge impact. Now let's take a look at, a typical product. This is the F-35 fighter aircraft from Lockheed Martin. So if you look at this fighter aircraft, you're looking at so many different countries involved in assembling this product. There are 45 US states, 11 countries, 1,500 vendors, and 15,000 employees, from Netherlands to United Kingdom to Canada to Norway. Typically, any product you look at is a global product like this, which we assemble. And so we had to make sure we can work in this global system, even though there are some push. Geopolitical tensions are happening, tariffs are being put to make sure we reshore and all that. But at the end of the day, this is where we are today. This is what we do with many of our products. So it is multi-tiered, complex supply networks. So this is an important element as well. If you look at General Motors with thousands of suppliers, we're talking about 18,000, 12,000 for Airbus and Apple and so on. So they're all global. They're all located in different countries, China, India, and other places. And the interesting thing I want to convey from this message is that if you look at this number here, Lenovo and Dell, they are major competitors. And between them, they share 2,272 of the suppliers. What that really means is that, if the disruption happens, who are those suppliers going to cater to? Because that's a challenge, right? So I'm just throwing the question up there. And sometimes companies which are more powerful will eat up those products, and the smaller ones will not be able to get the products they want. So those are challenges which we see in retail and other sectors in the U.S. economy. And then it takes us to our Vizhinjam port, right? So you're looking at the 40-foot container from China to the U.S. West Coast. I'm going to give you an example here. This is where the cost becomes such an important aspect. The rates have increased from $1,500 per container at the start of COVID in 2020. It changed to $12,000 by August 2021 when we were peaking on COVID, right? And then, it just bounced around that number. Now we are at $3,740, right? So what that means is that we are still doubled from before COVID, more than doubled, right? So that is where we stand with cost of shipping containers from China and overseas. So this is a challenge for most companies. They're also calculating tariffs now. So companies, the tech world is providing them with tariff calculators and so on. And so very important element to consider. Transit timing and contents, value of goods, what are being transported. So look at 3 weeks to place orders, 5 to 6 weeks for quality control, 1 week to unload customs. We're talking about 2 to 3 weeks to get to distribution centers. And you're talking about 13 weeks. So if we do the math for 2025, if you had to bring these products, for 2025 Black Friday, order by July 31st, mid-August with some buffer. So just in case has become a big discussion thing. And if you do just in case, 13 weeks of inventory can be quite a bit. And so this is something which many companies did during COVID. They said, we don't care how much we spend. We want the products in the warehouse. So they had a different strategy at that time. 90% of all non-bulk international trade goes via container ships. Cost of this 24,000 TEU, which is the 20-foot equivalent, units, is about 150 and 200 million. Value of goods on a typical ship is about approximately $1 billion. So think about anything crashing or a disruption or stuck in the Suez Canal or something. You're talking about a day's delay can cost you $140,000 in interest payments. So that's significant from a cost perspective. Okay, that takes us to the topic of discussion today. As we go through this challenges, Industry 5.0, what is it doing for us? So if you look at the past of Industry 1.0 with the steam engines, and we were looking at how to mechanize and mass production in Industry 2.0, we moved from craft to mass production so that we can get more products out the door. Throughput was a major thing. Toyota learned all that, and they introduced lean production systems, learning from US, Walmart and other stores. And then we moved into Industry 3.0 with automation, and then 4.0 is where we brought in digitization, right? And also we saw specific technologies emerging, right? Blockchain emerged during that time. AI was coming in with predictive AI and so on. So it was just silos of technology emerging during that time. And that's the biggest change with Industry 5.0. If you ask the question to anybody, what is Industry 5.0, you're going to get different answers. But to me, it's the human AI collaboration I see as the biggest thing for Industry 5.0. And not only that, it's also the synergy of all the technologies coming together. I would like to illustrate that with this slide here. So for doctors who are there, I know my sister-in-law is a doctor and others who are there. If you look at the human body and the Industry 5.0, what you see is there's a huge relationship here. AI is the brain where information is processed and analyzed. Virtual reality and augmented reality are the senses where you can see and appreciate new content. Blockchain is our immune system, right? That secures the system, which is very important because data breaches and other things are becoming significantly important for people. IoT is the nervous system where multiple sensors collect information. IoT sensor costs have come down, so that is getting a whole lot of attention to get implemented. And 5G is the fuel that keeps it all running, like glucose in the body. So the key message from this slide is that just like how every part of our body should be really working for us to be happy, these technologies coming together for an enterprise has a huge impact. And that tells a whole lot for our students and faculty members, because our students, there's huge opportunities in terms of startups and other things which can be done. And I think we're going to be, in the next 5-6 years, nobody knows where we're going to be. Many companies are emerging as potential competitors, which we haven't seen before. And the world has changed quite a bit, right? You're looking at 2018, when I was thinking about, when I joined UT Dallas as a professor, it was the age of prediction, predictive AI, and most technical AI was discussed. Whenever I talk to leaders, they would say like, hey, we are doing this AI, this is being explored, and it's not now today in 2025, we're talking about use cases and implementations, whether it's AWS or Azure, we're bringing all these cloud computing units together and so on. There's so much that has been accomplished in 2025. So the new technology adoption rates are also increasing quite a bit. If you look at Waymo, for example, this is the Google's autonomous driving company. And, back in 2023, we had only 12,600 paid trips. Now we are talking about 700,000. And they're actually moving into other cities in the US quite a bit. So I'll give you another example also here. As a consultant, I used to take taxis from where I'm at to the DFW airport. And I can tell you this, that I used to pay $50 for one way. And so when Uber came in, which was a big change, technology implementation, it dropped to $25, okay? And then I recently took the Waymo taxi in California. I paid only $10 to move anywhere between different spots in the city. So the costs are going to come down, right? And so the adoption is going to be significant. And now we have other companies like Tesla that has actually emerged as well. So they have introduced robo taxis in Austin and other locations to compete with Waymo. So they're all penetrating into this market. And Dallas, we're going to get Waymo by next year, next year we will have the Waymo here in Dallas as well. So the important thing is that the technologies that were mainstream, if you go back 30 years ago, it took 25 to 30 years to adopt it. Today's technologies like blockchain and AI are moving much faster. And we are talking 5 to 6 years, which is transformational. So something to keep an eye on as we move forward. What does that really mean? As AI takes over, tech employees are impacted by layoffs. Okay, so that is already happening. And is it really we are losing jobs, or are new jobs being created which are actually useful? So this topic has been debated quite a bit. I would say this, which I will emphasize towards the end as well. If you take a computer engineer, software engineer today, the basic programming can be done with ChatGPT, and you can ask questions and it'll create the software for you. But if you go into, so basically a new engineer coming into the organization has to actually have a little bit of a junior architect role with a broader context rather than just do the basics of programming. So the people have to know a little, which is good for them because they will get promoted faster. They're already getting promoted 1 or 2 levels higher. But are you ready for it? The big question is, as universities, are we preparing these students to grab those opportunities? If they don't talk about it, that's where the gap comes in, and companies are not willing to hire. So if they are prepared, they know the tools, they can use ChatGPT. So never stop them from using tools. Encourage students to embrace these AI tools like ChatGPT. You can always check them using things like Quillbot and other things, whether they're copying and not paying attention to it. So there are other tools that are also available for faculty. But the point is, it has to be encouraged on campus, so that's the new generation is ready for it. And so basically, we all know what AI is. It enables computers to mimic human intelligence. Simple constant machine learning, a subset of AI that uses machines to search for patterns. We're talking about classification AI, predictive AI. This goes back to when I took an AI class when I first came to Texas years ago as a graduate student. We were using Lisp and Prolog and things like that. It was very basic stuff, right? We were not thinking about applications. Now we are discussing more and more of applications, use cases, and Gen AI and so on, where you can create content. And content can be created so much that many of the jobs, like consulting jobs, for example, I used to create decks as initially when I joined for my clients. Now those decks can be created in no time. Okay, so huge opportunities like that. So we are actually operating in a digital operating model, which is growing fast. Like retail, Amazon really created the solution with internet, right? Internet at that time, if you read Amazon's story with Jeff Bezos, you'll see that he wanted to start Amazon, and his boss told him, looks like, when he was working for J.B. Shaw in New York as an investment banking company, he was making good money, and he said, "You are wasting your time going and starting a startup like this." And he was not willing to give up. He saw the opportunity, and today's world, you can see multiple Amazons because of multiple technologies that are ripe to be harvested, right? So Tesla is actually doing autonomous, electric vehicles, autonomous taxis, consumer electronics, Apple, Uber with transportation, and so on. So there's all of these transformations are going on as we speak. Supply chain technology over the years, how it has changed, right? Quite a bit. I teach supply chain, SAP and other things in the classroom, and you can see the ERP, MRP systems, which were in the 1970s and so on, has taken a huge leap into, with digital twin applications, blockchain solutions to track products all the way through, right? If you're actually buying a orange, which is an organic orange from a grocery store, is that orange? How do you know that it was actually grown in a place which is organic? You pay more for it, but you should know. So you can track them with blockchain, right? And then with digital twins, you can actually connect all the ERP systems and through APIs and create dashboards for decision makers to make decisions, which are also very, very powerful, transforming the solutions for companies as well. So we have come a long way in 100 years. We used to be in the 1920s with basically none of these technologies existed. And now we have containers and handheld scanners and so on, which are tremendous potential. Visibility and connectivity across the supply chain has increased substantially. Transparency on condition of products when they are transported. During the COVID times, we lost vaccines because the temperature was not controlled. And even if we lose them, how do we know they're not good enough to use, so that we don't inject them into a person and that person doesn't survive. So even tracking them is big. Track and trace has become a big part of the equation. So all of these are possible through blockchain solutions today. Okay, so as we move forward, the impact of the global supply chain, there are dynamic forces which are happening, with coronavirus, which was a trigger, I would say, tariffs and political tensions. Now, tariff calculators are becoming a commonplace. People are providing those solutions to customers. So you can quickly do the tariff calculations because it's changing from 10% to 50% on an hourly or daily basis. So you have to look at what is the impact for you, right? Is it worth it? And you had to calculate those things. Conflicts in Ukraine and Israel and so on. So there are many, many issues popping up. So those are places to watch, and this is not new, right? We have been supply chain people realize that this is common. Child labor and things like that. Products that are actually done in Eiger province. There's a law in the U.S. that prevents products coming from Eiger province to be stopped at the port. So anything that has been subject to forced labor should be stopped, right? So those kind of things. Association for Supply Chain Management, did a survey, and the trend was that AI was ranked number 1 in 2025. And it came from number 2, global trade dynamics and geopolitical policies, number 2, big data analytics, and so on, cybersecurity, and even the circularity, other things we're talking about, they were not considered as a low priority, but these things got a higher priority now because they're moving technology, so solving some of these problems. That's all it is. But sustainability is already in priority for companies. But consumers need to be trained too, because some of the consumers in certain countries are not fully aware of this change. So there's work to be done in that space. So 85 or 88% of companies see sustainability as a value creation opportunity. 80% of CEOs surveyed said, pandemic has accelerated digital transformation during COVID. 30% say progress has put them years ahead. So those are positive things that came out of COVID. Okay, digital supply chain spectrum. Where we are moving now is we used to be working with Excel spreadsheets and so on, and now with cloud computing and digitization, we are moving into agentic AI systems. That is the new word. The terminology where you can bring in agents with workflows, where a purchasing agent and a sales agent can communicate and make decisions. And that is where the new AI world is moving in today. I cannot stop this presentation without talking about blockchain. So I'm going to talk a few slides here. This is a transformational technology that is happening as we speak, especially in the US now. Bitcoin is the asset. If you know, it's been around for some time. It costs about $120,000 a coin here in the US. And there are many companies that are playing this game, like Ripple, with XRP and cryptocurrencies and so on. So there was no regulatory clarity on these things. There was a Security Exchange Commission in the US, and Ripple had a fight going on, or a legal issue, where they filed a case against Ripple and said, the interest was that to make sure they have regulatory clarity on this crypto, because otherwise it can go into the wrong hands, because there are cross-border payments involved, and they were making sure products don't move between countries and without proper check and balance and so on. But it took a long time in the US. But today, as of last week, that case is closed, and which means that the new administration has really pushed crypto to a new level of performance. So again, you're going to see exploded opportunities in technology deployments, startups, and so on in the coming months. I wouldn't even say coming years, coming months. Synergistically combining with AI, with digital twin applications and IoT and so on. So now we are seeing the whole human body starting to operate, right? With the synergistic technologies company, enterprise will be able to function better with all these technologies together. So especially there will be early winners as you look at it, like Microsoft for enterprise software was a winner from that race. Cloud computing, Amazon with AWS, network equipment with Cisco and so on. So there will be so it's important to get in when you can, especially if you're doing startups. I won't go through this. We talked about blockchain and IoT, how it's increasing supply chain efficiency, and condition of the products and track and trace has become this is a McKinsey slide that came in months ago. Also, AI startups are continuing to dominate the venture capitalist deals. You can see, $99 billion in machine learning and AI, drones and robotics, $20 billion. You see where the money is going. Enormous amounts of money going into AI as we speak. So this is a great opportunity for many of our students. I know one of our alumni, his son actually, was actually involved in selling a company by name Windsurf to Google for $2.4 billion. So such opportunities are happening for people who are very young, who are only like 25, 30 years old, building companies and selling it off to companies. So, future of jobs, how will AI impact the job, which is a question which everybody asks. I'm not going to go into each one of them. World Economic Forum came up with a report like this in 2025. There are areas where jobs will survive, and those jobs are where people interaction is important. Teaching is an important element, and it's, as long as it's not a lecture, but you actually work with students and coach them, and that is where you have to be empathetical. You have to be working with them, and as you do that, it becomes a case to case. It's almost like a doctor, right? It's not like people hate even doctors when they go and they prescribe a medicine and they don't see the value. I can find that out myself. I can search the web. I can ask ChatGPT to answer the question. You can get, Coursera will give you all the things we teach in colleges and universities today. So how is the university going to make a difference for a future student who's coming in? You can prepare them to be ready for jobs, and and bring them, give them the soft skills and other things that are highly required, and then it's a different story altogether. So there's that aspect. So a couple of more slides before I complete this. I worked with some fellow faculty members in Europe, and we wrote a book recently on circular economy. And the big thing, what we found from some surveys was that success factors for circular economy, which is close collaboration, technological know-how in-house. That was identified through the survey as one of the key prerequisites to be successful in implementing circular strategies. There's a whole lot of other things we looked at, but I just want to emphasize that. And then if you look at the impact of circular economy, what did companies gain from it? So they called it business performance factors, or BSFs, and company image, reduction of waste, sales, all of those things they considered as impacted because of circular economy. So those are very, very positive things which they saw when they interviewed participants to understand how it was done. So in conclusion, I know that my friend Gautam is waiting to get into his presentation. We took a little bit more than what is required because of some challenges we had. But sky is the limit with converging technologies. I have high faith that I sometimes tell my students I should have been born, 30 years later, because this opportunity is enormous. I mean, we never seen this before. So technology is already ahead, and we are already in the catch-up mode, every one of us. Startup opportunities are continuing to peak. So students are actually looking for more startups. If you go to any of including CET, I think people are more interested in startup than regular jobs. They see opportunities to make money, quick money. Sustainability challenges to get to net zero can be achieved with these emerging technology applications. And we need that. We need accelerated implementation with these new technologies, like what I talked about, blockchain, to do ESG reports and so on. So it's very, very important that we use those technologies to drive it. Job roles are also shifting. And as I said, you're moving up one or two levels, and are the students ready to pick up those new opportunities? So end of the day, what's the message, what I would like to convey to this audience here? Continuous learning, we always heard it from our professors, and throughout, we always say you have to continuously learn, but today's world, there's no way out of it. I mean, things are changing so rapidly, you will find you'll be behind if you don't read 1 hour every day on the latest Economist or the new articles and Wall Street Journal and other things. It's bringing in a whole lot of solutions and changes. And if you don't react to it, respond to it, understand it, and I think you'll be miles behind in your conversations. And that's not where students want to be. They don't want to even engage with such universities. So you're going to see some huge impact if you don't engage industry or university campuses. So that concludes my presentation. I would like to open up for any questions if you have any time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's open for any Q&A.
Can I close this sharing, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
Any Q&A, any questions?
Yeah, good morning, sir. I am Dr. Manilal. It was a very nice presentation. And I just would like to ask you one thing. In Kerala, even KTU and all other universities are providing subjects like logistics and supply chain management as a standalone specialization. But when it comes to the placement point of view, it is very difficult to get a real placement. If you ask a placement officer, will they be placed? They are slightly skeptical as far as the present scenario is concerned. So I just would like to ask you, in Kerala especially, what will be the future? And second question is, what are the minimum skill sets required for a logistics and supply chain professional to excel in their analytical skill? Means, are they supposed to be expert in what you call Python, Power BI and things like that? Or what are the minimum skill set required? Because it is an overlapping area, meaning computer science people are learning AI, and I mean, supply chain professionals are also supposed to have the basic understanding. For example, in inventory optimization, we have to know Python. So I would like to know your thoughts about it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that question. It's a very interesting question, especially Kerala. I've been disconnected with the Kerala part to some extent, so there will be some. I can bring in the US perspective first, and then maybe we can think about what connects and what is not connecting. Supply chain as a term got popular in the late 90s in the US, right? And universities jumped in with specialization in supply chain management. And now we are growing very fast, especially after the COVID. We see, people look like Amazon or any of those companies are hiring supply chain professionals at a very fast rate. But if you look at some of these companies, even Amazon, hiring from CET and other universities in India as well, when they come in for job recruitment, they are looking for. They don't really care about your degree sometimes, right? Supply chain as a degree is good to have. But they look for, are you the person who can innovate? How do you bring innovation into the business, right? So the world is changing today. We are questioning even degree programs today. Forget about the specializations. We are saying, why do students go to universities to take a degree? What's the purpose? Can Coursera provide all that information? And many of the companies are saying, do we really need to have degree candidates to be hired? Those are questions on the table. So we are actually looking at a different world today than what it used to be, and the answer to all these questions is this, right? This is how I see it. The world is becoming more interdisciplinary. This interdisciplinary education is going to be important. Siloed systems of education has happened in the U.S. U.S. also is a culprit for that. If you look at, I know that. Dr. Krishnan, who is sitting right there, you can imagine. We have engineering schools, right? When you look at PhDs and everything, mechanical engineering professors will be actually guiding the students, and they sit in the PhD committee and so on. Business school is the same, business school professors, but it's very different if you look at Europe. Europe has they bring in multidisciplinary type education into the system, and why is that becoming? Why is it more important now? We are talking interdisciplinary in the U.S. We're starting to say, hey, one person can be in PhD thesis committees from other schools. So we are expanding that because that brings innovation, right? So those opportunities exist. So we have to look at where it is going today. It's not only about a specialization, but how do we bring that interdisciplinary practice, and how do we also improve or change our system to incorporate that in our process, whether it's a doctoral education or master's degrees and so on. So that's one aspect of it. In Kerala, and I think if you look at India itself, India is transforming big time, right? They've seen in all these jobs, everything is changing fast, and sometimes it will be a leap, like what you will see. US, they may not go through what US have done. They will leap right into what US is doing today. That's what China has done, and India will do the same thing. So I would say interdisciplinary is one way to achieve that. Bring in analytical skills, as I said earlier, train the students with AI tools, whether it's business intelligence, SAP, or whatever software solutions you have. There's many of them available today, which they should be trained on. So bring all those skill sets and be able to communicate. One of the problems we see in our school is students are not actually participating in conferences and coming out of their apartments. They sit there and look at their cell phones, okay? And we created that generation, unfortunately, and that's not a good generation to be in. And so nobody is really interested in coming and sitting in a conference like this. And I'm glad to see. I'm sure there are some students who are sitting in from CET and other universities in Trivandrum, and it's very important that connection happens. So we emphasize that in the university campus to people to get engaged. So to network, to engage, to get into new tools and become very practical and pragmatic and go into the next level of technology with interdisciplinary education is, I believe, the next focus of what will happen. And I don't know whether specializations have any relevance. You asked the question about supply chain, but when I interviewed for companies like Amazon and Google and people like that, they really look for candidates who are innovators. They are not really looking for, hey, did you get a supply chain degree? Oh, that's good to have, but let me ask you 3 questions. This is my problem. Can you solve it? When I went for consulting jobs, the same question was asked. This is my problem. Solve this problem. So they don't care whether I got a supply chain management degree or whatever. The question is, can I solve the problem? If I cannot solve the problem, the specialization doesn't have any value. Hopefully I answered the question. I can go on and on, but I just want to stop there.
Can we have one more question?
Sure.
Yeah, myself, Ajit Kumar. I was working with the Defense R&D organization. Okay, sir, we talked about loss of jobs. In fact, due to the application of AI and all recent technologies in software industries, we quite recently saw many people getting laid off in a big company like TCS, actually. You also spoke about how this can be overcome with early trainings with all these AI technologies right when they are at the student level itself. Can you just throw some light what universities or the university where you are working with very specific to technical as well as management students, what is the level of spread of or the change what is happening in the education and the curriculum which can help the youngsters, because for the youngsters it's on the job training, it was on the job training, but that opportunity is getting lost now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So you said you work in the software industry, correct? Software. Okay.
Yes.
Great question. I think software, I'm very connected with the software industry for a couple of reasons. My wife is a software engineer. She's been working for several years. My daughter also moved into that software industry. And so I keep talking with both of them about this. And then I also work with now with the undergraduate research program. We have expanded the undergraduate research program to come from engineering and computer science schools as well. We were only admitting students from the management school, but we are truly making it interdisciplinary. So that is one thing that is one thing which I have emphasized. The dean is very supportive in doing that. Now, to answer your question, right? How do we prepare these people? I asked one of the CEOs of a software firm who was working with me one time, and he said, I was very curious about AI, what it can do to me. So before I started laying off my people, I actually went and sat with them for 3 weeks to identify what is really going on. Is it something I can, I wanted to be convinced myself. I didn't want to hear from others who tell me. And he came back and told me that 60 to 70% of what his people are doing today can be actually done by ChatGPT and other AI tools very clearly. So he said, whatever I'm doing, this is a significant shift for me. And then we talked about how do you prepare? What is that so there's a certain level of performance. As I said, you're going to jump into the next level of performance. If you work for companies like Google, they actually train the people to become more context-oriented, holistic approach. Young engineers are not trained in a way like you take this problem and create a program for me. And that ChatGPT can do. If you can do the prompt engineering properly, you can actually get the job done. And that's the big topic today, the prompt engineering, if you're asking that question. We all should know, in fact. One of the industry 5.0 slides I showed you where I showed all the industries, different industry 1.0, 2.0, that came from ChatGPT. I told ChatGPT, hey, I need a slide, which I don't have, I don't see it. Can you create one? It created that slide for me, which I could use. So things like that is possible today, right? So the idea is, if you can generate programs, you can actually generate software slides and things like that, which you need to use for your presentations. You have to shift yourself to a new level of performance. And your brain should be working in a way, like the CEO said, I'm going to train my people to jump up 2 levels and even use the word junior architect, right? So how they prepare for that job. And if you say, I want to apply for as a programmer, you may not get a job. But if you say, I'm well prepared, I understand it. So the way to get there, solutions, is to have internships, capstone courses, working with industry. And all the industry people who are assembled in the auditorium today, I would recommend having close collaborations with the universities, with taking students through internships. And for us, it's a requirement. We don't allow any students to graduate from undergraduate or graduate programs without internships and capstone courses. And these are all supported by the industry. When I went to Europe, the same thing. every single student was actually connected with industry. So these are huge, things. Real world experiences are critically important today than ever before. So that's what I will recommend with your, software side. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. First of all, apologies for the delay in starting. There was a technical glitch, so apologies from our side. And about the session, your session starting from supply chain disruption, technology, sustainability. These are all great perspectives from an international aspects. And moreover, how to prepare the students for the latest trends in the AI-driven world. Everything is well taken and well appreciated. And overall, we all like this particular session. And hats off to you, sir, for delivering this from your place, scheduling it, and then being with us. Thank you for being part of the 67th National Convention, 9th International Conference and National Productivity Contest. Thank you, Ramesh, sir. Thank you a lot.
Thank you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity again. And
one more
can I
thing,
stay
Ramesh,
back
sir,
to hear
is the
Gautam's presentation, or should I leave? Just asking the question.
It's left to you.
Okay, I can stay back and listen. I would like to know what Gautam is going to say now. Really interested.
Fine, sir. Most welcome you, sir. And
Okay.
Ramesh, sir, is the brother of Dr. Suresh Subramaniam, our NC member. Thank you, sir, for arranging his talk. And now we have Gautam Krishnamurthy. He is the Director of AI Solution Development at Cox Communication in Atlanta, Georgia. With over 12 years of experience, he specializes in building cloud-native AI and machine learning solutions across industries like telecom, automotive, marketing, and supply chain. Gautam holds a master's degree in analytics from Georgia Tech and an undergraduate degree in industrial engineering from our own college, College of Engineering, Trivandrum. A warm welcome to you, Gautam Krishna.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. It's really great to meet everyone here. I know there are a lot of people who are really near and dear to me throughout my life at CET. Dr. Suresh Subramanian sir, you have been, I never thought like 10 years ago, like I would be doing data analysis and data science for my life. You are the one who first taught me the whole basics of data science and analytics. And same way, Anil sir, Bijilal sir, great to see all the very familiar faces in the room. And Dr. Ramesh sir, it was an amazing talk. I personally learned quite a lot. It's been a while since I've actually heard a lot of these coming from someone who's very closely working with the newer generation and seeing like how their mindset has been changing. So it was really a great talk. Dr. Ramesh sir, I personally learned a lot, so I'm happy to be part of that call. Now, coming to what I would want to share, let me know if my screen is visible. Can everyone see my screen? Yes?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you so much. So my whole the whole topic I want to cover today is basically a personal journey. Like it's most of me as a person who came from an industrial engineering background without any coding or any programming skills. Like the things I had to do and I had to learn in the last 12 years in my career. What I personally would recommend anyone who would love to continue in this new world where AI is going to be there, like how do you keep on updating yourself to be relevant in the upcoming time. So that's where I would want to use this next few minutes or next 10-15 minutes to talk through. Again, a lot of this is from a very practical standpoint. Like again, I would start with a quick introduction about myself, like the things that I've done in the last 12 years across different types of industries, the different types of roles that I've worked on as an industrial engineering or an analytics practitioner, and things I'm seeing across the different across like the how do you say, like the industry changing, like industry as Dr. Ramesh sir said in the previous conversation. So a lot of things are changing. So how do we adapt and be ready to adopt the new way of working? Everything from my personal angle. This is what I would love to cover. So a quick introduction about myself. So I graduated from CET back in 2012 with a BTech in industrial engineering. I worked for a couple of years in a supply chain consulting firm back in the days called Chainalytics. Now it's TAT. So my role there was entirely focused around supply chain analytics and not much into operations side, but mostly into the analytics side and computation, which really inspired me to pursue my master's in analytics from Georgia Tech. And after that, I realized that analytics and all the things that I was learning, even combining with what I was learning during my BTech, they are actually tools which could operate in any industry of choice. It's not really like especially the core concepts of analytics or operations research or even concepts of like optimization. All those things are really not just meant for one type of industry. It could be applied across a variety of industries. So that really helped me to when I started my career in the US in a digital marketing agency where I was in a part of a data science team that supported marketing initiatives across different retail companies in the US. And to an extent that I felt like and at this Ramesh sir really brought up a great point. Like, how do you I was feeling the need to like upskill myself, get into a place that I was not very confident and learn something new, progress myself. That whole interdisciplinary aspect really came into practice in my life. Fortunately, not all planned, but I ended up being in a situation of that sort in my consulting experience, which really helped me step into the role of a software developer, a cloud engineer, cloud architect, things which I had never learned in the past, and I had to learn a lot of new concepts. And that really helped me change my perspective about analytics. So prior to that, the way I saw analytics or predictive modeling or data science was just like from a statistician's perspective. Like if there was good data, I knew how to build models to make some kind of recommendation. I never thought about what happened before. Like, how do I get to a place, even get to a place where I could even start building something? How do I take the recommendations I was providing to my internal stakeholders or clients and make it into a fully functioning application? These were things which were completely abstract to me. I knew things happened, people were working on it, but I literally had no idea what were happening in the back of that screen. So that is where my consulting journey really helped me to learn. I had to learn a lot of new skills, especially around the whole world of cloud computing, understanding what it means to really translate the models that we are building, the recommendations we are building, and make it into an actual application that people could work with or interact with. And with that, like I had to build myself as a solutions architect, like building cloud native solutions. Again, with no background about software development or coding, like it really took me a lot of my personal effort to like learn a lot of these new concepts. And again, like a big part of that was to Ramesh's point, like attending a lot of talks, talking to various practitioners, learning from them. Again, this or a lot of this happened throughout my job, and have to present myself as a consultant to advise people. I had to pull myself and do a lot of the groundwork. But that personally, I feel that helped quite a lot. And with that, I switched I exited consulting and went back to industry, where my goal was to build a data science team to support the company I'm currently like, it's a telecom company, Fox Communication, where I spent the first 2 years building a data science team to support the company's supply chain organization. So think of using machine learning to solve for a lot of traditional supply chain problems. And we'll get to some of the case studies in a bit, but that really resonates with the timeline that Dr. Ramesh sir was bringing up earlier in his in his talk. So the peak COVID years, supply chain was in a complete topic of discussion in all kinds of conversations. Like things were getting delayed, manufacturing was slowing down. So how do you some of the conventional ways of approaching supply chain problems were not starting to work in this couple of years. So we had to come up with some innovative machine learning based ways to approach some of these topics. So that's where I spent the first 2 years, and then AI was starting to become the next big thing. So I had to transition my role more into an AI solutions development organization. So I currently lead a team of 20 or more data scientists, AI engineers. We build AI solutions. A lot of that also is starting to bleed into building agentic solutions. Things are somewhat autonomous, somewhat can function, but still need some kind of oversight. So it's been an interesting journey. I personally am very fortunate to have this kind of a career journey where I started with a core industrial engineering background, but starting to add skills. And that also, again, like how Dr. Ramesh was saying, like it is still something that motivates me to keep learning new things, because the world that we know as of now might be very different as the AI and agentic solutions start becoming more prominent in the next few years. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to just talk through some of the case studies. Again, like throughout this whole time frame, if you see, like before AI or machine learning was a hot topic, like I spent my initial few years just building or applying the concepts of core operations research, statistical modeling to solve business problems. That slowly evolved into machine learning and big data age during consulting. Then again, it was, and now we are at an age of AI. So I want to talk through some of like selected case studies of things which I've actually worked across. And again, just feel free to ask any kind of question. So starting with the first stint of my journey was around using operations research and statistics, basic ML in solving digital marketing problems. The things that we used to do include like conventional hypothesis testing, some kind of personalization, demand forecasting, budget allocation. So a lot of what I was using was like core topics of the industrial engineering shelf, like hypothesis testing or ANOVA modeling or forecasting, like using ARIMA models or whole twin models. Optimization, linear optimization, non-linear optimization, game theory, a bunch of like really core industrial engineering concepts. Some computer vision things were getting to become things during that time. It was not really and like how now when we talk about computer vision, where our cell phone cameras are like the eyes of an AI engine. Like if it was not that prominent during that time, but it was starting to get some traction. Some kind of machine learning models like clustering or classification models were really important for like customer segmentation. So it was all getting started. We were still in an age where like people were thinking statistics and machine learning were two sides of the same coin, which is still the case. But it was that time of the age. So just I want to probably spend a few minutes just talking through a really one of my personal favorite projects where we had to develop a budget optimization tool for an online toys retailer. The whole idea was like how do you take again like a toys retailer like who has a marketing budget to a marketing budget for a quarter, and the goal is to maximize the online sales. So just a quick overview of like how we actually used operations. Like it was a proper non-linear optimization model. How did we model it to fit a business requirement here? So we had a marketing budget. The goal was to optimize the revenue, and our goal was to allocate this budget across like around 20 product categories, different types of marketing campaigns. Like experts, I know like a lot of you are familiar with digital marketing, but these are different types of campaigns in a digital marketing world. So we had like 3 different types of campaigns for each of these 20 products. So ultimately we had around like 60 decision variables to play with. And the goal here was each of these cost or everyone here or the members in the audience who are familiar with marketing concepts. So in marketing, cost and revenue is not a linear relationship. So it doesn't mean that if you keep on increasing your marketing spend, your revenue is going to increase linearly. Like it usually follows what called as a diminishing returns trend, meaning like up till a point your revenue increases in marketing when you increase your marketing spend, but after that the revenue might not increase in that same scale. So we had to come up with a variety of like cost to revenue translation functions for each of these categories, and we had some constraints. And so ultimately, like we had to build a whole nonlinear optimization model. Python did not have a good nonlinear optimization package at that point, so we had to use R. Again, it's a open source statistical modeling coding tool, which is very much popular within the statistical world at that point. So we had to, again, like we did not have that kind of compute back in 2016. Cloud was starting to become popular. AWS or Azure or Google Cloud, they had like virtual machines on the cloud, but it was not very user friendly or more democratized as it is now. So we had to, like, the whole key takeaway is like we at that point, like implementing this solution of this scale needed a lot of time, lot of compute memory, things which were not really my forte. So it worked. We had a nice nonlinear optimization model which we had to run a few number of iterations to really solve the problem of this algorithm not getting stuck in a local optima. So it all worked out back in like 10 years ago. If you think about it, it somehow it was a good implementation for that. So that was a phase, and then came into my consulting world, where a lot of time I was spending like building AI and machine learning models, cloud-based models. And at this point, like we are transitioning from one-off models to like really applications that could be used by different people in a company at scale. So transforming these recommendations or these models into a fully functional application needed like new skills like cloud computing or cloud architecture. So a lot of that, so going to talk about a little bit of how we had to approach traditional supply chain problems from a new machine learning lens, especially during that 2 years of COVID, really starting to impact manufacturing operations, transportation. This US Canal was another memory just triggered, but it was a interesting period. So some of the projects that we used to do included like from a traditional supply chain perspective. Like for inventory management, we were like using or building machine learning models to predict lead times. We'll go into the details in a minute on that. But after that, like we were also looking at market basket analysis, things that people were purchasing together, using the how do you say, like the previous performance of certain vendors and projects. Like we were starting to flag project risks as one thing. Another thing was not to bring the slide, but something around, for example, like anomaly detection in finances. So a lot of times, like a lot of companies work with contractors or vendors, and a lot of times they just invoice the companies, and like it's usually a human in the loop to like review the invoice, make sure the numbers are fine, and they approve or send it back for review. But it's usually a very intense task. Again, this was back in again like before the AI buzz was happening. So we had to build using Markov chain models or some of the related models to like come up with anomaly detection at scale, where we could flag off like different. Again, we are talking about hundreds of line items of different things that would one vendor would send. So how do you find anomaly in each of these lines? Was a key problem that we were trying to solve. And vendor selection, item substitution was another thing. So a lot of interesting projects which we used a combination of machine learning, natural language processing, and some of those more starting to advance more of those concepts. One thing I also want to add is another thing called that we were looking at bill of materials and starting to see like the actual bill of materials versus construction used materials were different. So how do you use data to create intelligent versions of bill of materials so that like the variance between the bill of materials and the actual material used was kind of starting to come closer. So with all that, I just want to spend a briefly just talk through how we had to build a machine learning model to predict supplier lead times. Again, this is pandemic. A lot of things were happening just post the pandemic years. So our goal was to predict lead times. We had all the materials that we had to. So we had around like 7,000 materials for which we had to predict lead times of. And each of these materials were sourced from one vendor, at least one vendor or one or more vendors. So we, after a huge amount of time invested in discovering the right material, right features that impact lead time, like the discovery analysis that we did, we figured out like the most critical features that impact the lead time of a part included the material itself, the supplier from material sourcing, need by date, like which part of which time of the year do you really need it by? Because if, for example, if a part's lead time was only 2 months and someone were to use it in November and they are placing the order in January, like the supplier could still deliver the part in November, but that doesn't mean that lead time is 10. So need by months and delivery region, purchase to the purchase strategy, like purchasing to order versus purchasing to stock, inside planned or outside planned. The pricing also made a lot of impact. So with all that, like we were able to build a random forest regression model, and this was created as a core machine learning model that was able to for majority of the parts, we were able to predict lead times with more than 80% accuracy. Why this is different from the pre-pandemic or pre-COVID world was like a lot of times like the lead times were more predictable during the times before COVID, where like the supply chain organization used to rely on simple moving averages or some kind of averages to like say that yeah, it's going to be in somewhere around this timeline, but this was very different during those 2 years. So that really helped us approach machine learning or use machine learning in a conventional supply chain, machine learning to solve a conventional supply chain problem. So with this, I'm going to change the gears a little bit. Now we are in the age of AI, and this is what I currently do in my role here. Since 2023, like Q4 of 2023 is when AI started becoming till then like ChatGPT was starting to get popular and people were starting to understand the value of AI, but it was very hard to put AI in an actual industry context to produce insights that are relevant for the business at scale, making sure like you have actually an application that can get all this information, produce it, and get it delivered to some person who wants to use it. So putting an AI integrated application or a solution was still a long way to go. Like just that ChatGPT and all the other transfer models and other AI models were starting to get more traction. So people were starting to understand the value of AI, but it was hard to like really put everything into structure and build an end-to-end application till then. So like the way that we use AI in our current telecom domain, like we use AI for a lot of content, personalized content generation, both in terms of images, text, and personalized marketing messages too. Text summarization is a big area. Like again, we have, I'm sure like it's not just new to our industry, but like any industry or any company usually has, would have like huge amount of unstructured information, like notes or ticket information, like things that humans usually enter using their own free choice of words in a big document. It's very hard. It was very hard previously to like really summarize and understand what was going on. But now with the how AI can process information at scale, it's really easy to derive insight, summaries, whatever it is, from those huge corpuses of unstructured information or text. And to really start generating insights from all these structured information. So like think of like intent or sentiments or summaries, like all these things were previously very hard to get, and even like chatting with the documents. So if you think of like having a ChatGPT like experience on a huge PDF worth of like 200 pages, right? Like if someone doesn't have the time to read it, they just want to understand what is going on. It's always easy to ask questions. All these are possible with how AI is now able to process this much information at scale. Which brings me to the last thing is like how we are currently building some of the agentic applications. An example is like text to SQL, for example, like as a data professional, like one of the core skill sets that a person learns is to code or to write SQL statements or SQL statements. But for a business person who is not data savvy, like previously they always had to rely on someone with a data background to get some kind of data pulled or all those things. So there was always a bottleneck. Like now, some of the things that we are exploring are if an AI agent has access to the description of different tables or different data catalogs, can it understand the user question, go back and figure out which are the relevant tables, which are the relevant columns that it needs to get that information from. It will itself construct a SQL query. It goes through a few internal rounds of iterations to make sure it is correct in like the schema wise, or like however we say it, like it goes through a few iterations and then it can execute the SQL statement. So it like a bunch of things that humans previously used to do and needed specialized knowledge is now being able to like an AI agent with that kind of context and understanding can now do. Similar thing is like cloud ops support. So think of like companies and enterprises that have like hundreds of applications, cloud applications running, which needs 24/7 monitoring. A lot of the tier 1 support includes like humans or people really looking into performance of these applications. If something fails, they usually go back and refer to some kind of support manual, see how to fix these things. A lot of this could be like if an AI agent with the right set of permissions, having access to the same set of support manuals, can really go and act on behalf of the human without even like the human involved in the loop. And things it cannot solve, it can escalate to another round of support agent. So this is again a very new area, the agentic pace, but things are starting to move at a pace here. Hoping to have some agents in production in the next few months. But that all said, I just want to quickly walk through like how we had an actual practical use of AI in our telecommunications space. And this is a an actual project that we did in partnership with AWS. So think of like, again, technicians. So we are ultimately like an internet service provider. So technicians, customers have all kinds of problems, like someone's internet might be dropping, it might be like not, the speed might not be as they promised. So a lot of times, like, technicians would have to go to customers' houses and premises to see what is happening. So we build a chatbot for these technicians where they can ask a question, okay, what is happening at this place, this customer's place, and it will look up all kinds of information from troubleshooting guides, customer interactions, remedy journals, all those things to say, and we build like a RAG architecture kind of a thing where it could query the information, it could find the right information, it could put it in context, and we build it all on AWS. So it could put everything in context and get a response back to the user, so that like the technician, when they are at a customer's place, they do not have to sit and read through what 10 other technicians wrote in their previous tickets. They could just say that, oh, this is all what was done. So this is how I need to do what I need to do right now. So this was again a publicly demoed story. Like we had, this was part of Amazon's reInvent the conference, the national conference that the international conference they have. So this was a story that was shared in that whole conference. Now to really wrap up what I would recommend to this group. I know like a lot of the audience are academic, come from an academic background. Some of you are students, some of you are early or like somewhere in your career journey. So I would say again, next few years, going back to that Industry 5.0 concept that Dr. Ramesh brought up earlier, be ready to embrace AI. AI is not going to go anywhere in the next few in the future. I can consider. Embrace data literacy, and especially like for industry or industrial engineering practitioners. Beyond the operations side, there is always the data side. So if that is something that is of your passion, start learning more about data, the different types of ways to approach data, understand like how one of the things which I personally one of my favorite things is like you know your data better than anyone else. So use that the upper hand to like really start learning more about different types of data systems, how data works across each other, like all those. See the whole system, not just parts. And this is specifically when you club your data literacy with technology or learning more about technology, you start seeing the bigger picture and do not get stuck into smaller problems to solve, but you start seeing the big problem that you are trying to solve. Learn to collaborate with AI, not compete with it. Become a bridge between domain expertise and technology. But all that said, my food for thought. I'm sure like some of you might have heard it from places, not just me. But AI is not here to take your job, but someone using AI will. So if you are not using AI, start using AI in some way or the other. That is it. That's from my end. Thank you all for listening.
Gautam?
Yes.
I'm Bijulal.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Fine doing. How do you do?
Good. All good, sir.
So, any questions from the audience? Any comments or questions?
How far people have started using AI for day-to-day activities in the US?
Yes. Very much, very much. So AI again, like we.
I am talking about the common man. I am talking about the common man, not the officers or anything. Just
Sure. I believe so. I feel like people are using AI, especially ChatGPT. But I was actually reading a news article where it still says like India is one of the most the most number of AI users are in India. So I think we are like in India, like the journey is happening at a much faster pace. But like people using AI, it's definitely increasing day by day. Like people are starting to previously the like everyone had to download or use ChatGPT, but now like Google or Bing, like these are all like AI. Their AI engines are part of their native offering. So like people are starting to get more and more familiar. People are using it, sir, but not. It is getting there, I would say.
Thank you, Gautam. If there is no other questions or doubts, Gautam Krishna is actually the son of late T.A. Krishnamurthy, who was the former chairman of IIIT Trivandrum chapter and who was instrumental in setting up and starting the chapter in Trivandrum.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
And Sri Krishnamurthy was working with the KSIDC for many years. And Gautam Krishna is one of my students in College of Engineering Trivandrum. And I'm happy that you have talked about generative AI and the last slide with the 6 aspects that we have to keep in mind in the next 5 years. It is very interesting that everybody has to be accepting this AI, use of AI and how it is working. And you have shown how the technology is working behind this AI and AI tools. Okay, thank you, Gautam, for giving this.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Talk here. Yeah. So, Gautam, now the session is closed, so we can leave now. So next we are about to start the next session by Professor Krishna Krishnan. He is a professor at College of Engineering at School of Industrial Systems and Manufacturing Engineering, Wichita State University, Kansas, USA. He is a graduate of College of Engineering Trivandrum in 1984 batch, and he was working with ISRO before moving to the USA. And his research interests are facilities planning and materials handling, manufacturing systems engineering, design for manufacturing, design for manufacturability, and he is so wonderful researcher such that his H index is 24. So that shows his affinity towards research. So I welcome Professor Krishna Krishnan for this session.
I'm a graduate of CET, 1984 batch. From there, I moved on to Virginia Tech. I was briefly in ISRO from 84 to 87, end of 84 to 87. Then moved to Virginia Tech for masters and PhD. My master's topic was in, I'll go through the research later. So I was also at Cleveland, and then moved on to Syracuse University as a visiting faculty, then spent the next 30 some years at Wichita State. So what I wanted to show is also my journey as to what I did throughout those careers. So in ISRO, I was working mostly on the manufacturing. In the manufacturing fields, I was working on thermal sprays and different manufacturing techniques. Went to US for masters, switched towards a little bit of the engineering, industrial engineering side, but also onto the manufacturing aspects of it, automation and controls. So my master's was in PLCs and automation and robotics. Then moved on to PhD. In PhD, I was looking at automation of design. How do you make sure that a design can be automated and ensure that you have manufacturability? And then I continued changing. The reason I'm showing my experiences is one of the aspects I think that as a faculty that we have to go through is we continuously change. Unless you change with your areas of research, nobody wants to work with you. So the PhD students will not come to you if I went in 2025 and say I'm doing design for manufacturability, nobody's interested. So I have to continuously change. So I had to reinvent myself every 3 to 4 years and say, yeah, here's where I'm moving now. So you can see in 94 to 99, I was still continuing with my design for manufacturability, but I moved on to freeform surfaces. That primarily involves, the reason I did that is because I was working in Wichita, which had a lot of aircraft manufacturing. And so there's a lot of geometry that has to be manufactured very fast. It was not regular shapes. It's not prismatic objects. The geometry of any airplane is very weird, and you have to manufacture it fast. So I moved on to that area. But since I did not find enough support in that area, and I was forced to teach facilities planning and production planning because of retirements and so on, I moved into that. Again, I worked with a bunch of students. I first figured out what is the research problems in that, and then I started publishing in that area. Then I said that it's too boring for me, so I moved on to supply chain. And then I worked in supply chain, and then since after that I've been working mostly in digitization of supply chain and IoT-based systems, and going back to my robotics and roots and what I did in my master's and PhD. So I came kind of full circle, went back and said, okay, now I know all these areas, how do I apply it to what I really wanted to do? So if you look at I'm going to discuss both the academic side and the industry side. So because as a chair of the department, it was my role to make sure that we move the department forward. And as a practitioner of engineering, I also had to work with a lot of industries. So I was lucky that industries trusted me, and every year I used to have some project or other from industry saying, oh, we are having this issue, can you solve this for us? So I come with both the industry experience as well as the academic side. So these are some of the things that we went through in trying to figure out what should be the curriculum, where should industrial engineering change. And so when IoT came in, we said there's a lot of these new buzzwords, IoT and cyber physical systems, digital product twinning, additive manufacturing, industry 4.0 versus 5.0, there's robotics, supervisory control and data acquisition. So there's a hardware side as well as the software side of industrial engineering. How do we integrate all that into an IE curriculum? Because we had to immediately transition. Because when I became chair in 2008, one thing I noticed was our curriculum was lagging behind. And so we immediately went through all the different IE programs in the US and Europe and everywhere and started looking at what are they doing. And so we started looking at transformation. And so we brought these, and then the next hirings that we did was basically to enhance those skills. And we started making sure that we hired the faculty that would contribute to those areas. So, and then if you look at from a different, so again, when we look at hiring faculty and figuring out how to do this, we had to look at the hardware side. We needed people, I knew robotics and I knew hardware side, I knew sensors, but that was about 25 years back when I did my master's. So I was outdated. So I needed to bring in people who could really teach me again. So I brought in younger faculty who were experts in robotics and hardware, and then I started learning from them because I wanted to teach the same thing. So I started working with them and learning from them. And then when I looked at robots, when I was doing robotics, there was a single robot with a three, simple positioning system and so on. By the time we were trying to incorporate this, there was robots that could move in with 8 degrees of freedom, and then there was also cobots, where you have 2 robots working together. So all those technology I had to learn it very fast again. So I again worked with a couple of people that were younger graduates. I worked with them. And I was also working in supply chain, but I wanted to move into the dynamic aspect of it. That is, most of the time when we solve problems, we solve it in as a single problem. But the problems that we deal with in industry are always dynamic. Just to give you an academic perspective, when we teach production planning, we teach Johnson's algorithm, scheduling and all those things. We teach the 1 machine problem, 2 machine problem, and 3 machine problem. I walk into industry and they say they have a 500 machine problem. They don't have this 1 machine problem or 2 machine problem. So how do you solve those kind of issues? The techniques that you learned in school or in college are not going to help you solve that. That's where artificial intelligence and other techniques would come in, and data analytics. All those things were needed in order to do those. So when I look at supply chain also, I saw it the same way. That is because when you look at Amazon or any other company that's ordering stuff, I said, these things change rapidly. You cannot have a 4-month supply, because if you have a 4-month supply, that means you have a lot of inventory and you're carrying costs. So how do you reduce that and make sure that you can deliver it on a more real-time basis? So I started looking at how we started fixing IoT-based devices on trucks and saying, if I'm moving from Trivandrum to Cochin, and my truck is delivering stuff, but I have some inventory locations along the way, if a new order comes in, can I take the order from somewhere else and deliver it immediately? So one of my PhD students and I worked on those topics. So looking at dynamic conditioning and saying, how do I change that? And then, so we started looking at IoT-based applications in supply chain. And then with connected factories, so I also worked with a lot of factories in Wichita, like Boeing, Spirit, aircraft, about 5 or 6 aircraft manufacturers. We also have the world's largest air conditioning builders in Wichita. So when you look at all those people, we had to figure out how do we move it faster. We cannot wait for an order for 4 months and then realize that the customer does not really want that. How do we change those things? So connected factories and data analytics became a big issue. Now, a lot of people think that data analytics is new, but it's basically fundamental IE. So when you think of being scared of AI and all those techniques, I don't think it should be something that you're scared about. That is, these are fundamental things that we teach in IE. We teach probability and statistics. In fact, probability and statistics should be taken by every engineer, because we know that all of our products are going to fail. So they need to understand what's the probability of failure, what's the chance that this will fail. So those techniques are really critical. And so we leap into something new, saying, oh, I can learn ChatGPT and get a job. No, it's not going to help you unless you have the basics. And these kind of things have happened continuously, because right now, I don't know if you're familiar with finite element modeling and so on. When I did undergrad, there was no finite element modeling. When I went to the US, we started doing finite element modeling, but we still had to understand how you model it. But 15 to 20 years later, when the students come in, all they know is if you see a red, it is bad. If it is green, it's good. They cannot explain what's behind it. So that has to change. The fundamentals are still very critical. So without the fundamentals, you cannot do those things. So the basics of probability and statistics, the basics of analytics, all those come from your probability and statistics course. 101, 102 of probability and statistics. Then there are other issues also that happen. When we were looking at developing curriculum, we said cybersecurity is also a very big issue, because that brings in a new dimension. It's not just stealing money and things like that. If I can go into Boeing factory and through a computer network and change the design a little bit, They're producing a $2 million part, and that part is useless now. I changed the code, the G code, and left. And I probably corrected the G code back, so they don't even know why it failed, and the part is got bad. So we started looking at cybersecurity issues also in manufacturing and how to teach students how to look into that. And then we also looked at AI and neural networks and deep learning tools. So we felt that this is all the components of being a new industrial engineer. So when you look at IoT-based systems, you're looking at reduction of human data, human interaction. So the first step was, now I'm not sure about the CET IE curriculum because when I was here, we did not have IE. I'm sure you teach work systems and time and motion study. The traditional way of doing time and motion studies is to stand on the floor and start doing timing. From there, we evolved to a point where no, you can do it using videos. But when I was asked to work with one of the local companies, what we did was we said, no, we put computers all over the place. And every time you log into a job in the aircraft industry, they have to log in. Because one thing we noticed with aircraft production was, so they have allocated standard union, the union times are given. The union negotiates with the management and they take certain job requests half an hour, another job requests 4 hours. So they first fix that. And then, so when they try to work on the actual product, what they do is, oh, I doing. So we used to do things like that, changing the way we collect data. So the same thing with IoT. When we started working with IoT-based systems, one of the problems I worked with was the Johnson Controls. Johnson Controls has the air conditioning manufacturer. They make different types of air conditioning devices for different companies, but it's all built under the same roof. They had huge quality control issues. So we went in and said, because your products are coming every 15 seconds, there's not enough time to stop and figure out. And in the traditional IE quality system, we will check after 1 week and find out that the whole week's batch was bad. So we need to have a new system. So we built a vision system along with quality control checks and doing data analytics on a real time to come back and say, yeah, stop this process. This should not be done anymore. So that's how we started creeping IoT into different companies. So, and then along with that, we also found out when we developed all these things, we need to have cyber physical systems, which had computer background, but also had good security systems and so on. So having the right people to build these things was also important. So we started looking at digital twinning and digital models. So digital twinning can be done at two different levels. One is at the product level and one is at the process level. There's not many people working on the process level aspects of digital twinning. When they talk about digital twinning, they're talking mostly about the product. But even at that point, they're not doing it correctly. Where digital twinning really applies is when you're dealing with very expensive parts. So let's say you're making a turbine engine for an aircraft. When you're looking at the turbine engine for an aircraft, it's probably a couple of $2 or $3 million. Plus, it takes about 3-4 hours 3-4 days to make those engines, just to cut out the engine blades. If there are any deviations, it may still work, but you need to know exactly where it's going. So, on which flight has it gone? So when it comes back for service, if you know the deviations, it becomes a lot more easier to repair the aircraft. So that's where it is useful. And also, if there are deviations in some of the dimensions, maybe we can make the changes to the subsequent product and say, okay, wherever I'm going to do the assembly, I can change those immediately. So digital twinning at the product level can be applied like that. Digital twinning on the process side is saying exactly where is my part. I want to walk into a factory. I don't even have to walk around and find out. as an IE now, I can sit in my office, look at my computer and say exactly where each one of my parts are. And that developing that system is the digital processing aspect of it. And then if there are changes, if there are delays in some aspects of the production, you could come back and say, why don't we reschedule it, move it to somewhere else. So that's what we did with Cessna Aircraft Company. What we did was we went in and they said, we don't have a 4-machine problem. We have about 600 machines in one plant and another 1,500 machines in another plant. Can you build us a scheduling software that will work? And so we looked at all the process plans. We brought it all into a computer and said, no, if this process finishes faster, then this is what you have to do. And so only these products are affected. Or if this product is available, can we move it into another machine? Those kind of aspects are looked at, and we came up with what you call dynamic scheduling. Industry 4.0 started in 2011. Now it's moving on to Industry 5.0, which is reducing the human interaction to a higher degree. And so in the Industry 4.0, we were looking at, there was still humans involved in the decision making, but by the time it came to Industry 5.0, we were saying, how will we do this in an automated system? And so working with Spirit is a manufacturer for Boeing. Basically, it used to be Boeing. They sold parts of Boeing to Spirit because they didn't want to control the unions. So you might think coming from Kerala, US also has a lot of union issues. So they just sold it off and said, let Spirit manage it. So it's basically the Boeing factory where they build the 787s and the 777s and so on. So we went in, we looked at the different issues and started looking at supplier quality check. Building infrastructure for IoT-based systems at various levels, and then doing all those together. I don't know how much time I have, so I wanted to make sure I finish on time. Are they near the presenters? Because I've been a professor for a long time, so I can speak. 11:30, okay. Yes, okay, yeah. So another aspect of this IoT-based systems and so on is you have augmented reality, virtual reality, process simulation. That's a digital twinning aspect of processing. Then inventory and asset tracking within the factory, and then digital work instruction and so on. So this was some of this work was done as early as 2007 when I was working with the local companies. They said, we have a high turnover in aircraft manufacturing because people leave, and then training somebody again, the learning curve was too steep. So it would take a lot of time. So they wanted some new techniques on how to do this. So what we did was we developed a virtual reality-based system which will teach them how to assemble the product if somebody leaves. So the new person will come in, they'd pop in the CD in those days. Now you don't need a CD. But they would pop in the CD and then they would say, okay, here's the first step, go and do that. Then when they finish that, they will come back and say, okay, here's the second step, and how to do it, and everything was described in that CD. So we moved the training or the learning process, we made it faster by doing those kind of virtual reality training models. And then we moved on to process simulation also and saying, how are we doing things? Can we change it faster? What needs to go, which worker needs to be eliminated and moved to some other position and so on. So we looked at process simulation and those kind of things for different aircraft companies again. And now, currently what what our department is working on is now what you call the combination of multiple robots that can work together. So that's where we are focusing. When you have 2 robots or 5 robots working in the same environment, can they still work together? How do you program them? How do you make sure that they don't run into each other and so on? We also have cyber security issues, process-oriented cyber attacks. That is, you just change dimensions, you just modify things, and you don't even realize why your products are not up to par. And so that's where we are looking at process-oriented cyber attacks. In terms of communication, it could be terms of changing your CNC code and so on. So again, when I'm speaking, you can see that I'm using my mechanical engineering skills with my cyber security aspects, again with IE. So it's the concept of interdisciplinary is what the previous speakers alluded to. There's no single definition of saying, okay, I'm an IE, I'll just do this. No, I had to be aware of all those aspects that are going on. And in robotics also now, we are moving on to dexterity, grasp, orientation, adaptability, and all those issues that we are dealing with. The more flexible the robots become, the more challenging it becomes for the IE, because now we have to figure out how to work with all these things. And again, so we are learning as we go along. So, so the emphasis is on continuous learning. You cannot stop learning. Now, coming to data analytics, so everybody started using the term data analytics. IEs always did it. IEs always had probability and statistics. We did this, quality control. We had XChart, all the different P charts and all those things that we did. But we also did a lot of hypothesis testing and ANOVA and so on. And so when I talk to students, one of the things I tell the students is what differentiates science from engineering is science is about precision. It's a black and white world. There's only one right thing, and the other aspect is wrong. But when it comes to engineering, engineering is what brings color to science. Because you could engineer a product in 1,000 different ways and make it beautiful. But you cannot violate any of the science or math principle when you're doing it. So science and math, it's about perfection. It's about either black or white. There's only one decision. But different customers come in, their engineering requirements would be different. So you have to learn how to change it and bring beauty into that. So in analytics, when there was a strong boom, there was a temptation to say we are all going into analytics. Same thing like what you said earlier about, oh, let's do supply chain. No, these are all basic components of education. You need the fundamental data analytics, you need the fundamental of probability and statistics. Everything is needed before you can become whatever you want to be. So we questioned this. We added only a few courses. We did not change too much. What we did was we went in and said, we are going to add computer-based courses. Because what we were good at was teaching probability and statistics. What IEs are good at is teaching time and motion study. We are good at doing all the basic stuff, but we don't use computers to do this. So that's the key thing that we wanted to emphasize there. So again, then we started looking at, okay, how do I apply digital analytics? Vijita is a manufacturing town, so whenever we think of IE, we look at how do we apply everything to manufacturing. So we looked at again, and we went back and said, we need to be teaching machine learning, decision analytics, digital data collection, no more standing in the cold, snow and taking time and motion study, big data and mathematical analysis. So we went through all these things and we reconfigured our curriculum to do all these things. And we talked about predictive modeling and predictive and descriptive modeling. What I was pushing for when I was chair of the department was I was saying, no, we need to get into prescriptive modeling. That's the next step. So the difference is the descriptive modeling will tell you what exactly is happening in your shop floor or in any aspect of data analytics. It will tell you what's happening to the stock market, but it's all after the fact. Predictive will say, yeah, this is where it could go if we continue to be in the same area. But what we wanted to teach our students was to think differently. That is, can you give us a prescription which will give us the result? So instead of just saying, here's the model and here's where we are going, what should I change in order to get the result that I want? So that's what we call prescriptive modeling. So we have started teaching those kind of analysis. Okay, what will happen if I change this data? What if I don't advertise a product? Will my sales still go up? Or do I really want to make it go up? So those kind of modeling aspects also, were looked into, and we said that should be taught in schools. So the key emphasis here is, as industries change, needs are changing, we are also changing. We are also adapting to that and saying, okay, what do we need to teach our students? We still need to teach the fundamentals. We don't have to teach supply chain. we need to understand first what is probability. Then we can introduce supply chain as a single course maybe and teach that and increase their breadth of knowledge, where they apply to. Because the fundamentals are all the same, whether it's supply chain or whether it's manufacturing or any other field, the probability and data analysis and statistics and all are the same. So what we were looking for to provide, so one of the aspects of working in the US or teaching in the US is we have to, as faculty, we have to continuously help the local industry. We also have to write papers. We also have to do research. So the easiest, or one of the ways is to go and work with industry. I personally prefer working with industry rather than doing pure theoretical stuff. So that's why I worked with all the local industries and continue to work with them. So these are some of the topics that I've worked with them on: digital factory solutions, digital twinning through simulation and virtual reality, automation and robotics, capacity analysis, factory labor, but again with AI and with more computer-based systems, digital logistics and security and so on. Some of the recent things that I've been doing with my students, I've been working on probabilistic learning of robotic grasping strategy, real-time job shop scheduling models, event-based multi-depot vehicle. So these are the things that I've been doing in the last 5 to 7 years. With my, I shouldn't say I did it. It's all my students' work. I just take credit for it. So, Industry 4.0 and logistics in supply chain, meta-heuristic algorithms for dynamic vehicle routing and data modeling and so on. So, we also, industry implementations that we have done include VR training, real-time scheduling, redesign of aircraft components and to address supply chain overstocking, then digitization of manufacturing to reduce. So everything that my students have done, we also have done similar things which are more practical with the local industry, trying to change their productivity. Redesigning of factories to minimize waste and quality controls and all those things. So with that, I would like to open it up for questions. I want to thank all my students, teachers and colleagues, because without them, I would not be where I am. So please go ahead and ask questions if you have any. Yes. Do you have a... Yes.
The management of a tools is a big issue.
Yes. Yeah.
So a lot of the time what happens is that having RFID enabled things,
Yes.
most of the things doesn't have a visibility, because one tool missing, the aircraft doesn't fly.
Yes.
So what is the solutions because it has been, aviation industry has been there for a longer period.
Yes.
So what a dynamic new thing has been brought up in this?
So, yeah, so the way we address, we face the same thing. When I worked with Raytheon or Hawker Beechcraft or Cessna or Spirit, they always, most of the reason the union wants more time for a particular task is because they cannot find the tool. So 15 minutes for using the spanner, but 45 minutes looking for the spanner. So one of the things that we did was we created what we call toolkitting. Toolkitting is where when they say they want to assemble the wing of an aircraft, the entire thing comes in one box, and there are shapes and everything. So because if you look at most of the workers on the shop floor, they may have a high school education at best. Most of them don't have anything else. So they can recognize the shape. They'll say, okay, I took this tool, I put it back there, and they have to return it at the end of the day back to the tool crib. So by implementing that, what happens is they cut down a lot of the search time. Instead of walking around saying, where is my spanner, where is my vise, they can immediately get that. So toolkitting is a very easy solution to those kind of issues. And having regulation to say, either the person who took the tool is responsible for it, or the person who did not, the tool crib manager is responsible for it.
So, but actually, the way you said that form factor, and you create a tool management based on that. But that's all rudimental, because for most of the times you told that in the shop floor, the people will not be having too much education because for to avoid the flag, they will be having the spare tool with them in their kitty so that they will refill it. But it's again the dangerous in the aviation safety, right?
Yeah, so again,
So
yes.
my point of contention is like when we talk about IoTs as well as many more sensors. So why we can't have into a thin RFID systems where the shop floors can have a technology to identify the location of the tools. Those type of things. Why the industry has not even coming a solution with that?
So if you look at everything comes down to cost. So if you have, if you look at spanners, you're saying, okay, it may be $10. It's not worth putting an RFID on it. So the toolkitting will work on it.
No, sir. I will.
No, I agree. I agree. But
It's not the $10 or even $1. It's not the point.
The inability to find it is
It's a
that's
dangerous
the
thing.
biggest expense. So that's why we use toolkitting to begin with. If it is a problem, even after, because in the US now they have very strict controls on how the tool is returned. So they have that box. When you return it at 5 o'clock in the evening back to the tool crib, everything has to be there. If you cannot account for it, so that's why they put it, even cut out the shapes. So you know exactly what is missing. And so that's the first step. For the more expensive stuff, yes, RFID and other aspects will be put in. So it's something that works for the company or not. That's what you have to figure out. Will it work for this company?
May I add with your permission, because I've been part of one of the consulting activities with respect to a hospital. Again, the missing elements
we do the
is
same
a matter
thing.
of firefighting
Yes.
for the life and So the same similar context we added with the RFID. Apart from this, we also made up a portal where it will be visible.
Yes.
So the complete tracking will take place in a real-time manner, where exactly as soon as the wheelchair, for example, it becomes free, maybe on the 7th floor of a block B, it can easily come to a block first floor. So that is a real-time scenario with which we used to work. No, this is regarding the resource management.
Yes.
So tool also we look from a resource management point of view.
Yes, I was. We work with hospitals also. So when we work with hospitals, this is one of the big issues that hospitals have in the US. They will store everything, in a bulk because they don't want to have anything missing because it's a life and death issue. So we had to go in and say, no, it can be controlled, and we put in data. And we do manage that. So if you look at the big things that are happening at Johns Hopkins or any other hospital now, is lean thinking in their surgery, lean thinking in their operations and scheduling of nurses. They are bringing in IE concepts into that field also. So it's everywhere. Yes, please. Oh. Ah.
I had very well, A for Airbus, B for Boeing. There are only two companies in the entire world as far as the aircraft is concerned.
Yes.
When I went to Boeing, I thought with high hopes it's a half-a-day tour and all. In Bangalore, I went to HAL also, all the different divisions. Right from chassis or frame to finally supersonic, whatever you call. It's manufactured under one roof, that is HAL.
Yes.
When I went to Boeing, every 2 days, an aircraft get assembled. There I thought it is not a manufacturing and a production process of industrial engineering management at all in Boeing. It is only just an assembly unit in Seattle.
Yes.
That is why even in recently Ahmedabad, whatever air crash and all, they were passing on the blame to only the pilot, not to the aircraft and the logistics and the parts and other things. So when I realized and when I spoke to the key man in Boeing company, he said, Mr. Krishna, every third day, one jumbo jet flies from Seattle, goes around the world. It gets the cheap and best item from the vendors. So automatically, the cheap and best ends up in disasters of such things. So can you highlight something, sir?
So I spent the last 30 some years in Wichita. Wichita used to be the parts manufacturer for Boeing. So everything is manufactured there. all the, so if you look at the entire aircraft, it's divided into cockpit and then the different stages. The front part, the second part, the third part, and the wings and so on. Everything is, those parts are assembled in Wichita. So everything is manufactured and assembled there. Then they are shipped by train to Seattle just for the assembly. So there's a politics behind it, why they locate it in different regions. So
anyway, truth came out finally.
no, the reason they put it in different positions is because if I want to get a new contract, as a Boeing engineer, if I want to get new contracts from the government, I need support of all different senators. So I put one plant in Kansas. So they will support me because they don't want to lose their jobs. Seattle will definitely support me. Alabama will support me because they make some of the other parts. So that's how it's done. And that's the reason why the supply chain is so complex. Initially, it used to be all done in Wichita. So the entire aircraft was assembled and manufactured in Wichita. But now they do it in this form because they want support of different senators, and they will say, oh, I don't want my people to lose jobs, so I will support this thing.
I say our Tejas or Chetak is much, much superior to Airbus or Boeing, I can tell.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so any other?
Okay, my name is Vikas, and basically an industrial engineer working for last maybe 35 plus years. Throughout your presentation, you said that you are a professor, but also connected with the local industry. Yes. So that's the point which made me to ask you a question. Yes. For the students who want to go to US. See, the many students are running behind the computer science and whatnot. But there are a section of students who are into, say, electronics and telecommunication, yes, who wants to do hardware plus software.
Yes.
So they don't want to sit in the chair and just develop the codes. Yes. So what is your advice on this for those students who are, so leave aside the political situation, yes, in US, yeah, but about the course contents and the job opportunities, like in robotics, like in automation.
Yeah, yeah. So if I were looking at students right now, I would say I would hire a mechanical engineer who understands computer science. I would hire an industrial engineer who understands computer science. Computer science is just a language. I mean, the software side is just it's a tool. Everybody needs to understand it. It's like saying, I'll give you an experience. When I joined ISRO, computers were first coming in '84. They just bought a new computer. So I was going to the pressure testing site, and we are supposed to draw everything by graph. So by hand, we would plot the graph. So I came back and said, there's Lotus software in those days sitting there. So I typed up all the numbers, and the graph came out. And my boss's boss was an electronics engineer. He was upset with me because I'm a mechanical engineer. Why am I touching the computer? So he said, no, that's only for computers, the electronics people to use. So I said, then you shouldn't be using the car. So these are tools. Okay. So computer science is a tool. Developing a new computer language, that is basic knowledge. But using it is our responsibility. So the same thing with AI or any of these things. I should be a mechanical engineer who is skilled in AI. But without mechanical engineering background, I'm a useless AI person. So it's a combination that matters, even for business people. If you have a BBA or MBA degree, if you cannot use data analytics and software, you're useless. You're outdated. So that transition has to be made where you start expanding your toolkit. You need to have those in your background. So unless you're doing hard computer science where you're developing new languages and new techniques for AI and things like that, most of the, what you call the tech people that you see in Infosys, they're useless. I mean, they're just repeating, they're not doing high level work. And why should we do very low level work for some other country when we should be able to devise our own new designs, come out with great designs? You know, in the last 20 years, I would say we took some of the best engineers and made them useless. So even for, yes. No, I would do instrumentation with the computer science aspect of it. So, and none of this is going to take away jobs. I remember when I was doing my master's and PhD, most of the windows and things that I had to write my own code to do it. Even though I was doing IE work and robotics and so on, I wrote the code for all this. By the time I finished, there was a new software called Visual C++. So Visual C++ could do the entire drawing of the windows very fast. Within half an hour it could do it, but I didn't have the advantage at that time. Same thing with AI. You know, it can do things fast, but unless I understand the basics of what I'm doing, it's not going to matter. So I think the fundamentals of mechanical engineering or computer science, or computer engineering or any of these aspects, the hardware or industrial engineering, those should remain. If I was a new IE, I would learn all the things about IE first, and then add to those skills AI, maybe the computer aspects of data analytics. I get my data analytics from my probability and analytics course. Statistics course will give me all those. But how to use it using a computer? Can I do this whole thing in 30 minutes or 1 minute? That is a critical thing. So that's where the software comes in. And a computer science person will never be able to help you with that. You have to learn how to do it and use the tool. So I think that's a transition that we need. Yes.
And all those things are like yardsticks. So a lot of all the branches are getting filled up in this one. So computer and software slowly finding it.
Coming down, yes, yes.
After 2007 and after 2019 and every Friday evening pink slip.
Yes.
This fear is not
yes.
in this field.
Hello,
yes.
I am Dhananjay Vagholikar. This cost, quality, delivery and many other parameters is a perennial requirement for any product service.
Yes.
It is everywhere in
yes.
all parts of the world.
Yes.
At the same time, the cyber physical systems, IoT, IIoT and related interventions are already emerging and they are being used with a different degree of depth of understanding and its application. This is the scenario world over at different different levels of maturity, including India. This is one side. At the same time, many industries on the physical product realization scenario, they are doing many other shop floor initiatives. They could be in the form of 5S, Kaizens, quality circles, Pokayoke, and many other things doing on robustly in many industries, not only automotives or engineering. So how would you see the confluence of these two things, IoT, and the artificial intelligence related aspect that what you are referring to rightfully, and these practical initiatives which are vehemently taken by many industries, maybe because of cost effectiveness related aspects being very close to them, survival aspect you can say, and then growth.
So
how would you see the confluence of the two, and what would be your saying way out for that?
So as IEs, we have a big advantage. That is, we always have new companies coming up. So when you have new companies coming up and new products being manufactured and so on, we always start with the 5S and all those things to improve. Initially, we don't even think about 5S. We just want to get the product out. We want to sell it and make money. So we are at the beginning of IE, I would say. And then I've had the same experience. There was a company called RedGuard, which manufactures buildings that are blast proof. So when they came up, they were happy. They never contacted me for the first 5 years or so. Then after 5 years, I heard that somebody else has started building the same thing. So then they wanted to be more efficient. Then they contacted us and said, okay, let's do time and motion study. Let's improve the process. We did 5S, we did lean and all those things. But if the company were to progress another 20 years and when they have 3 or 4 more people competing, they will go into IoT and so other systems. So it depends on how much, whether you have the money to invest. So if you remember the time when SAP and all those different Oracle database and everything was coming in, the smaller companies cannot afford it. 99% of the companies would not use SAP or any other software. It's only the rich people who could experiment with it. Then SAP, slowly the price came down and then more people started using it. Or Oracle price started coming down. There were more experts and they could hire people. So maybe now there's about 20% penetration. I don't think it's more than that. Most of the companies are too small to afford those kind of things. So this will always coexist, but that's what keeps IE's jobs. I mean, we'll always be useful as long as. Sorry, yeah. Please feel free to comment. Yeah.
So from the interaction itself, we understood like that much involvement was there for his topic and that much relevant is his topic and the way he has presented. A big round of applause to you, sir. It was really a very motivating, interacting, inspiring session about technology. So as a token of love and appreciation, we would like to hand over a small memento as a gesture. Thank you so much, sir. I think Anil sir want to add on to it.
Yeah, thank you, Krishna Kumar, for coming. Yeah, now it's Krishna Krishnan, right? Yeah. So anyway, he was 2 years junior to me, and when I was a student. So later, when I joined as a teacher, I had an occasion. I think I didn't teach you, but yeah, 1 or 2 classes I was there. Yeah. So he was very obliging, he agreed to come over and delivered a wonderful lecture. So give him a big hand. And in fact, his sister also was there, 1 year or 2 years senior to me. And we have a good interaction even now. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, all. So we are about to start the panel discussion 2. So this session, our topic of discussion is from smart to sustainable, redefining systems with AI and industrial engineering. So we have our distinguished panel members. So we would invite all of them. First, starting with Sheila DS. She is a co-founder and CEO of Space Labs Analytics and Dynamics Private Limited, with over 35 years of R&D experience at ISRO, and experts in space vehicle guidance algorithm, mission design, and aerospace simulations. She has held senior leadership roles delivering critical flight-ready systems. She continues to provide consultancy for commercial launch vehicles missions and advanced aerospace technologies. Welcome, ma'am. Now we have Dr. Harikumar R, Director of Energy Management Center, Kerala, with a PhD and extensive expertise in energy efficiency policy, research, and implementation. He leads initiatives on sustainable energy, decarbonization, and innovation in microgrids and international collaboration for a greener energy future. Welcome, sir. We have Anthony Joseph, a distinguished scientist retired from DRDO and Managing Director of BrahMos Aerospace Trivandrum Limited. With over 37 years in defense engineering, including 30 years at DRDL under Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, he has led the design, development, and induction of key missile systems for India's strategic forces, driving innovation in advanced weapon system. So, welcome, sir. So now we have the moderator of the panel, Professor K.G. Satish Kumar. He is a distinguished visiting professor with over 39 years spanning industry, consulting, academia, and policy making. He played a pivotal role in developing Technopark, drafting Kerala's first IT policy, and leading academic and innovation initiatives at top institutions. His expertise covers strategy, innovation, and technology management at both national and global level. So, welcome all to the panel.
Good morning. Yeah, so what probably we'll do is we have 1 hour 15 minutes, which is a lot of time actually. We will use 15 minutes to talk, 15 to, maybe we can go up to a maximum of 20 minutes if needed. And then we can open up for discussions. Yeah. We'll probably use the mic near. Yeah, but this is also okay, right? Because we are going to speak for 15 minutes, so we can do this. Yeah. So, good morning again, distinguished panelists, distinguished audience. And I see a very significant CET presence here. I am from CET or TKM. In fact, industrial engineering is offered only in CET now. When my daughter was joining for industrial engineering in CET, I looked at the reviews about CET industrial engineering program. And some of the comments, and one of the comments which I found very interesting is, this was some 7 years ago. CET is the only college in Kerala which offers admissions entirely on merit. I don't know whether it is true. Of course, reservations are there, but that's again on merit. For instance, we have NIT. NIT had, I don't know whether they still have, a certain quota for management admissions. So I like that idea because I liked merit. And partially the theme of this panel discussion is also smartness. So merit, smartness, growth, this kind of things we consider as desirable. They're all good. Being smart is good. Being meritorious is good. Growing is good. We talk about growth in our economy. We want to achieve double-digit growth. We want to achieve 9% growth. We are unhappy when the growth falls below 6% and so on. But then the question is, how far desirable are these ideas? How far are ideas of being smart, growth, merit, are they really desirable? I thought they were all very desirable till I read the book Tyranny of Merit, What Has Become of the Common Good by Michael, what's his name? The Harvard professor of philosophy. Okay, so that's a very interesting book. I don't know whether all of you have read that book. This was published a few years ago, and this book addresses the major issues of how merit has destroyed the world. For instance, we all know that the 90s were a period of fast technological and economic growth and a period of global flourishing. The period in which World Trade Organization was formed and global trade was growing. The world had transitioned from a bipolar world to a unipolar world, and things were very rosy. And then came the 2000s and the present era, where there is a lot of tension in the world. So we are, at this point of time, we are worried about where global trade is going. And we are all worried about what Trump is going to do next. So, in my opinion, all this has happened due to the growth. Growth in economy, growth in technology. And we are not able to cope up with this growth. So where is the problem? Because in my 20s and 30s, I was in a field which was rapidly changing. I was initially in the electronics field, and there were a lot of growth in the 80s. There was a lot of growth in the computer field. I saw the personal computers and those growth and all that. In the 90s, I was with Technopark, building Technopark throughout the 10-year period. And that was the period when Bill Clinton was in command in US, and the whole world was growing very fast. And Joseph Stiglitz, the famous economist, has even written a book, The Roaring 1990s, The Roaring 90s. So the 90s were roaring, and we were very happy about it. And all of us were in our 20s and 30s, excuse the youngsters. So we were happy about it. So we were happy when growth happens in our 20s and 30s. I don't know what we are thinking right now in our 50s or 60s and so on, when the world is growing very fast, technology is changing very fast. I myself find it very difficult to catch up with these changes. So I find myself left out. So growth is relative. It is just like moving along a road. If you have the same pace as everybody else, then you are happy. If you can walk faster than everybody else, you are happier. If you cannot walk as fast as others, you become left out. So growth is not necessarily a happy thing for everyone. Smartness is also not necessarily a happy thing for everyone. Merit is definitely not a happy thing for everyone. So merit is good for some people. But then the second part of the book, the subtitle is, What Has Become of the Common Good? The common good is suffering. The common good has fallen behind. And that is where the second part of our thing comes, sustainability. Is this sustainable? So what are we doing about the environment? I would also like to add inclusion. It's not just sustainability, but also inclusion. We need to include more people. And that is precisely what is happening now. The growth which happened in the 90s and the early 2000s has sheared our society. And many people are unhappy. And into this vacuum, many politicians stepped in and said, okay, this is the problem. The migrants are the problem. We need to have a wall. Okay. So, but these are all only temporary pointers. Nobody knows actually what is happening. Okay. But the real culprit, in my opinion, is technology. So they will come back after technology one day, once they realize that migrants are not the real culprits. The real culprit is technology. So in our university, I work for the Digital University Kerala. We have 5 schools. 2 schools are about technology creation. One is the School of Electronic Systems and Automation. They create hardware technologies, new chips and so on. Another is School of Computer Science and Engineering. They create software systems, artificial intelligence, IoT, blockchain, and all these things. And the other 3 schools are related to applications of technologies in science, humanities, and so on. At least 2 schools, my school included, are working in the area of environment and humanity. So our concern is to ensure sustainability, inclusion, and so on, and be sure that people are also, everybody is, as much as possible, carried forward in this onward march. Otherwise, there will be a problem. There will be a shear happening. It is not going to be sustainable, not only from the environmental point of view, but also from the social point of view. So this is the crux of the issue that we are facing today. And the panel discussion is on smartness versus sustainability. How can we manage this with AI and industrial engineering? I think that is the theme. Now, this aspect, smartness versus sustainability, is just a trade-off. Okay, because in industrial engineering, we talk about the iron triangle of quality, time, and cost. And we think all these, we cannot have the best of all the 3. That is the idea. So if you try to improve one aspect, we have to suffer on the others. But we can improve all the 3 with the help of technology. So we can move from one iron triangle to another iron triangle, a better iron triangle, with better technology. So same way, smartness versus sustainability, we can manage without a trade-off using technology. Using artificial intelligence, we can get the better of both. We can be smart, we can be sustainable as well. In fact, there are several case studies, I saw some of them, on how companies have actually done that. So I'm not going into those details now because we have a distinguished panel here, and I'm sure they will be telling us more about how technology is being used to manage this trade-off and get the best of these 2. So we look forward to the more enlightening discussions from these panel members here on these topics, and we can use 15 minutes for each. Then we'll come back for detailed discussions. Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Harikumar wanted to leave a bit earlier, so he's the Director of Energy Management Center in Trivandrum. So I invite him.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, senior panelists on the dais. See, I'm a government servant, and this government servant has a bad habit that seeing a red ink in the calendar, we mark some other appointment. So that is why I requested that I need to go a little bit early. See, I come from Energy Management Center, and we have definitely a role to dwell on sustainability. Artificial intelligence, I do not know anything, so I will not touch upon that. So I will little bit talk about sustainability, energy, and linked with industrial engineering. I did my mechanical engineering in CET. Dr. Anil sir has taught me mechanical engineering fundamentals in 86-90. I did my BTech project 89-90 on energy audit in a clay manufacturing industry. That is how I came into the field of energy. So 35 years in the energy field, still that is a passion for me, and therefore not getting bored. In 91 or 92, I wrote my first article. Title is Value Engineering and Energy Saving Tool. So I think that gives me a provision to attend this industrial. Value engineering is a core theme in industrial engineering. See, when I look back that 30 years, I find that maybe I am wrong. I find that when we used to conduct energy audit, when we used to implement energy efficiency improvement in industries and commercial establishments long back, we were more concentrating on housekeeping, value engineering. When we enter an industry, I may be entering a fertilizer plant, but I question the purpose of a pump. Why this pump is used. In many occasions, I had the opportunity to recommend and even implement taking away that pump. The pump itself is not required. But now, the technology has increased. Maybe energy landscape is fast changing. We are not looking at the housekeeping measures. Now, when the energy auditors see the pump, immediately they go for whether we can put a variable frequency drive, whether you can put a high efficiency IE5 motor. So we are not questioning the very purpose of that system. So that is one change which we have found. And therefore, nowadays when we recommend, when we question such fundamentals, and when we apply this value engineering tool, why this is required? And the unfortunate thing is that people are not hearing us properly, because we are not talking about hi-fi technology. For example, I will give one or two examples of what we have implemented. Nations first, some projects, but not getting that much appreciation or that much attention, because we are not talking about fuel cell, we are not talking about hydrogen. See, induction cookers is there in Kerala for the last 20 years. And now the government of India has started the Go Electric campaign for sustainability, switching over from fossil fuel to electricity and generating that electricity through green energy, solar, wind, biomass, etc. And therefore now industrial electrification is making sense in terms of sustainability. So induction cookers, we just, I think 2-3 years back, when we studied the electricity scenario in our state, 70% of our electricity we are buying from outside. Only 30% we are generating inside. So it poses a great question on energy security. The second issue is that when our off-peak demand, now morning demand is hardly 3000 megawatt, our peak demand is about 5200 megawatt, 5000 plus megawatt. That is for just 4 to 5 hours. So peak demand is a great challenge for the utility. Therefore, an induction cooker of 2 kilowatt or 1.5 kilowatt, if we have got 1 crore households in the state. If at least 1 lakh households use a 1.5 kilowatt induction cooker in the evening, because Kerala husband and wife go to work, they come back at 6 o'clock, they start their cooking at 6:30, 7 o'clock, it coincides with the peak demand. When 1.5 lakhs, just 10% of the households can go for electric cooking, we are adding 150 megawatt to the grid, which is already stressed. Therefore, we thought that the electric cooking is best applicable in Kerala in institutional cooking. Therefore, we went and we thought that, okay, let us find out the institutional cooking solutions in Kerala. Institutional cooking happens in schools and then Anganwadis. Anganwadis is the preschool. We have got 33,115 Anganwadis in Kerala. So we went to Anganwadis, which starts at 10 o'clock, closes at 4 o'clock, so it is off-peak time. We went, we put 2000 watt, 2 kilowatt induction cooker. We gave them 6 vessels. We converted the Anganwadi from fossil fuel, from LPG, firewood to entirety to electricity. We put a 2 kilowatt rooftop for those who want to go for a carbon neutral cooking. So it is entirely from solar, the cooking happens. And once we entered the Anganwadi, we made it all energy efficient with BLDC fan, with electric, with LED, with a charging socket for 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler. So this is the first of its kind project in India. It is called Angan Jyoti. We implemented in about 300 Anganwadis out of 33,115. Government of India saw that. They started replicating. First they replicated in Ladakh. Then Andhra Pradesh is doing now. Why I am telling you, recently our team was presenting in a Scotch award. So we were telling that, okay, this is Angan Jyoti program, we went to electric cooking. So what is new about electric cooking? They are asking. Electric cooking is there, induction cooker is for 20 years. Then our question was, why 20 years induction cooker is there in Kerala, but no one utilized in Anganwadis. One Anganwadi, no one utilized. So this is about I am telling about the fundamental, we forget about the fundamental problem and how to attack it, and industrial engineering tools give us that option, questioning the need, necessity, what is the alternative for that. Now, one more thing I will just tell and stop. One more example I will tell. A lot of examples are there. One more example I will tell. See, Kerala, we did a study. I told about peak demand is 5,200. Through KPMG, we undertook a study on energy storage solution. That is for a different context. But they found that the load, peak demand of Kerala will increase on business as usual scenario. Next 27 March 31st, it will reach, and it will add another 750 because of the developments happening. Then another 150 megawatt it will add because of the electric vehicle charging infrastructure, which coincides with the peak demand. So 750 plus 150, 900 megawatt. Another 900 megawatt will get added just by air conditioning alone in the peak demand. So Kerala, which once was a very good, had a good climate, now global warming, and now we are talking about sustainability, temperature is increasing. Summer, the most sought out equipment is air conditioning. So air conditioning, so air conditioning, just only by air conditioning we will be going to add 900 megawatt. That is the study. The 27 March, 2027 March, very near. So we thought that can we start a program on reducing the air conditioning load. So our people started talking about go for a technological solution, high energy efficient ER, air conditioners, things like that. So our first, there is another school of thought, the industrial engineering mind. So we thought that, okay, air conditioning is for what? To take away the heat. From where? From inside the room. So where the heat comes, each one of us sitting here is a 100-watt bulb. So you are generating heat, nothing can be done. So the heat ingress from the building, where it is coming from the glass facades. Because that is the most sought after material for an architect even now. He is very, he loves that. So he puts lot of glass, invite heat inside, invite light inside, it's converted to infrared heat, then we put air conditioning for cooling. So, okay, glass, let us, for the time being, let us keep quiet, because architects, it is a difficult community to address, so let us keep quiet, so we thought. So next, the main ingress is from the roof. The roof in Kerala, we measured the temperature at 2 p.m. is 54, 56 degrees centigrade over the roof. Can you imagine? When the atmospheric temperature is 34, 33. The roof, it is, the color is black because of the dirt and all. Black body absorbs maximum heat. So black body absorbs maximum heat. It acts as a thermal mass. And the air conditioner, first law of thermodynamics, from energy from high temperature to low temperature. The grill temperature is 6 degree, upper it is 44 outside, below 44, above 54, below 44. From 44, it is absorbing heat, taking away. And and it is throwing out to the condenser, and the nearby fellow, if he opens the window, he gets hot air. So this is the cycle. This is what is happening. So we thought that how can you reduce the heat ingress to roof? Now the common thinking is that because of our masonry, workmanship, less quality of the material, the roof in Kerala start leaking after 6 months. So what they'll put aluminium roof. Aluminium is the most energy intensive material after or before glass. So our embodied energy of building, they increase it by 3 times, 5 times or 50 times by that, putting aluminium roof. Now we thought that, okay, the cricket fellows, they put a white shirt, white trousers during play because the white doesn't absorb heat, it reflects. So we thought instead of, in addition to whitewashing down the roof, we would put whitewashing over the roof. So solar reflective index, that paint, we empaneled some OEMs, we asked them to put solar reflective index paint. So it reflects heat. Only thing, if you go up, you need a sunglass because it reflects. You cannot see the floor. So we started a cool roof campaign. So it also are not getting much of attention from our policymakers because cool roof campaign is not a multi-crore project. Anybody, if you can whitewash using white cement also, or if you have money is there, you can put a high SRI, doctor fix it, or another doctor paint also you can put it. So it is not a multi-crore project, we are not getting. So I am giving 2 examples. So sir, I will stop now. No, I will stop now for the time being. I am not sure whether I have taken more time. I will be here for some more time, and if you have any questions, kindly send email or put it in the group. I will share our thing. Okay, thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Yeah, generally we have discussions at the end, but because Dr. Harikumar is leaving, if there are any questions, we can take them, because it's a very interesting area.
Around 5 to 7 degrees we got a difference. 5 to 7 degrees. From 44, 45, it has come down to 40, 38. When the ambient is 34. Below the roof. Below the roof. Over the roof, about 12 degree difference is there. Over the roof. Now what we are doing, there is another agency in Kerala which promotes renewable energy. It is called ANERT. I was heading ANERT for some time back also. So now we are requesting ANERT, and some forum also, some discussion has happened. Now Kerala rooftop solar is progressing well. We have crossed about 2000 megawatt, and we do not have land. It's a small state, so only rooftop is the solution. Now, instead of going for rooftop, in the rooftop thing, instead of you putting the aluminum sheet, can we integrate the solar panel in the aluminum sheet? Or whether the aluminum sheet major surface area can be taken out and the solar panel can be integrated. So the solar panel will act as a roofing. Now people are putting aluminum sheet, and above that they are putting solar. So that is a trend. So we are trying to talk to the OEMs to see whether roof of solar panel can be integrated with the aluminum sheet. Thank you. So one more question we will take. Sir. Sir, we have empaneled about 44 energy auditors in the state, and about 15, 18 numbers are very active. They are doing energy audits in industries and commercial establishments. Above all HT, EHT consumers in the state, through a government order, it is mandatory to do energy audit. And they are doing instrument-based survey studies, and report is generated. Report will be vetted by EMC. And we also give a soft loan for implementation of the recommendations of the energy auditors. We give soft loan to the industries at the rate of 2% for public sector and cooperative sector, and at a rate of 4% for private sector. So that funding also we do.
What is your overall experience spread over long period? How implementation of energy saving proposals recommended by accredited energy auditors. So, actual implementation in order to get the energy as well as sustainability environment related good effects.
Sir, based on our experience in Kerala, normally two categories of people or industries and commercial establishments, they very well follow this very strictly. One, they are large industries. They have got capacity, manpower, separate division for energy cell. They have got energy manager appointed. So they do it meticulously. And under the PAT scheme, Perform Achieve Trade scheme, we have designated consumers, and we are monitoring them. If they are not doing, they are penalized. The other thing is that some of the industries, like IT firms, industries, commercial establishment, where they look very progressive and they give much importance to sustainability, scope 2, scope 3 emissions and things like that, export oriented units, they also do it very promptly. But a small and medium sector industry, still there is good scope, and still we are helping them, we are following them.
Sir, what is the power consumption, per capita power consumption in India and in Kerala, and what way it is connected to the sustainability?
So this is a debatable question. Some people say that power consumption, per capita power consumption is directly related to development. I think I will not go to that question. It is available in Google. I will not tell about this. Kerala, if you see the per capita consumption compared to India, we are almost in the similar level. But however, my personal thing is that if we try to link the per capita consumption to sustainability, sometimes it gives a skewed answer. Sometimes. Because we feel that, see, it is like, for example, development and your healthcare, if you take more number of super specialty hospital, is thinking that we are a very healthy state. But if you see that, the reverse is also, maybe some people tell that the reverse is there. So I will not talk about the number. You can just tell.
Quick suggestion, why not put solar on the highways? Because there's no trees blocking. You could easily put solar on the highways. The second thing with the sustainability issue, why don't we have more windmills? If you go to Tamil Nadu,
Sir, many forums with that question is asked. Tamil Nadu has got 6,000 megawatt, 8,000 megawatt of wind. Kerala has got less than 100 megawatt of wind. Why the question? Because Kerala is in a wind shadow region. And we have got about 2 passes, Palghat and all wind. Fortunately, Tamil Nadu is getting that advantage, and Tamil Nadu has reaped that potential also. Kerala, we have only some potential in Palghat region, and the Ramalkam made Asia's second largest location, having the highest wind power density. But the logistics of carrying machines through the hairpin curve in the Ramalkam is prohibiting us. Now the machine capacity has increased to 5 megawatt. Even we cannot put 800 kilowatt machine there. So that is a logistics disadvantage is there. And Attapadi, Agali region of Palakkad, you have got SCST population. So the land thing, it's a big problem. Now to the question, highways, yes, highway is controlled by the National Highway Authority. We had discussion sometime back with them. It has not, to be honest, it has not taken off in Kerala, but we expect it may come in the near future. But rooftop solar is the thing which is now progressing.
Since you are talking about the sustainability also, Kerala is one state blessed with 400 kilometers of coastal area.
700.
whatever it is. So hydel, tidal, hydroelectric and wind power, and the maximum rain is from Kerala only. Why there should be a dearth of power in Kerala? This is my question.
Sir, we are very much conscious. I think the environmental consciousness is more in the state. And we debate, we discuss a lot. And we have got many good projects, hydroelectric projects. For example, Adirapalli, because of the environmental activists, it is not happening.
Yeah, but that is the trade-off. But we are trying to overcome the trade-off with technology. Any questions? You have a question.
Sir, you had been talking about all this getting things of solar onto, but why we are not making it economical for anybody to consider while construction of a house or making the things? Why this is not coming as a thought process itself? Because now actually when you do the trade-off with the costing, most of the things makes even after 5 years or 10 years, people are not interested in getting into that much of trade-offs in a longer period. So why can't we have that subsidy and all taken off, and why we can't have it in the starting itself so that people get into the field of having a clean energy on this?
Sir, I will put the blame on ourselves only. Because unfortunately the solar proponents, the solar equipment manufacturers, the government bodies who are supposed to promote solar, we promote solar talking about its cost saving. Please, you see in your house, after the seminar you go, you enter the house, open the gate, no subsidy for the gate. You enter your drawing room, 1 lakh rupees sofa set is there from Damro, no subsidy. Not even one equipment in your house you have bought with subsidy. Not even one equipment worth even 50 lakhs car you have purchased by working out the payback period. But only for solar, even if I sell a solar lantern at 2,500 rupees, I was heading director of ANERT. One person coming to my room, he is blaming that I took away all the subsidy. When I took charge in 2016, ANERT was giving 41 crore subsidy. I took away all the subsidy. Fortunately, I got the political and the bureaucratic support. Zero subsidy. Then that fellow is coming, sir, 2,500 solar lantern, my brother bought last time with 50% subsidy. Subsidy is not there. Why you are talking about it? That fellow is wearing 4,500 Bata shoe. No, sir, I told you, so Bata shoe, you are how much? 4,500. Have you got subsidy? So solar equipment, we should see it as a necessary infrastructure, like your cot, like your teapot, like your refrigerator, like your air conditioner. But unfortunately, I am not getting the support from my colleagues in government and even in the solar industry. I am telling that don't talk about payback. You are not taking a Jaguar speaking about payback period. You are not taking XUV 700 or 700 without payback. Why you are talking about payback for the small 1 lakh? Even you are spending 2 lakh rupees, 2.5 lakh rupees for one bathroom, for one lavatory in your house, and 4 such toilets. With one toilet cost, you can entirely power your house solar. Sir, economically lower strata, they are using iPhone. I am using phone. I do not have money because my office has given me a phone. Otherwise, I would have purchased 5,000 rupees phone. All economy low cost, they are using S24 or what? I do not know what is the number. Yes, he is also like me. Not economy. And they go to Lulu, they spend one cinema show, they go 250 rupees ticket and 4 people having a lunch, dinner. How much money they are spending?
Yeah, that's a very interesting perspective. Just one question about, because Professor V.K. Damodaran was the initial director of EMC. So he once told me that we cannot pump back a lot of power back to the grid because of power factor considerations. maybe it increases the power factor of the grid. But now, in the 1990s, our power factor was very high. But then now we have, there is a lot of air conditioning we use. Power factor must be low. Right? So what is your view on this?
Sir, really speaking, we have not done much of studies in how much you can inject this solar to the grid. So when I was in ANERT 2016, we started the grid connected power system. So at that time, 1 megawatt only we have connected, only 1 megawatt. So people are all electricity. To hear what will happen to my distribution transform. I told we can go to CET or SET or NIT and ask the process what will happen. Nobody went to the browser. And they told, but somehow we had to connect. I was insisting. Then they told, okay, finally they told, okay, let us connect 10% of the connected load of the distribution. Distribution transformer with 250 kVA, we will accommodate 25 kVA solar in between. Now I asked, why 10%? Let us start with 10%. 10% is a good number. 10 is a good number. No scientific, 10 is a good number. Then, okay, I got 10 number. Okay, let me start with 10 number. Then after 4 years, I was again arguing with them. No, nothing happened to the distribution transformer. Can we increase it? So they increased it to 50%. Why 50? 50 is another good number. They are telling 50 is a good number. Now it has come to 80%. Without any theoretical calculation, now we are allowing 80% to the grid. We do not know. And to be honest, we do not know. What will happen, maybe we will know about some publication will be there from some browsers, but in the field, we are not checked. In my understanding, we are not checked. We do not know what will happen.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Harikumar. It is very interesting discussion. Thank you.
Please forgive me for leaving. I have another concern.
Shall I wait? So let me invite Srimati Sheila next.
Good afternoon. I am Sheila. I was in ISRO for nearly 35 plus years. Then now I have initiated a startup in the aerospace and defense area and happily leading that startup. So I think there are people to talk on the industrial engineering aspect of this, but I will just brief on how those space systems we can use the AI and the industrial engineering aspect. See, for the last decade, all of us were talking about the smart systems, like a smartphone, smart transport, etc., etc. And when it comes to the space systems, everybody knows the launch vehicles, satellites, and of course mining in the interplanetary and those. And we have made smart systems in this, like launch vehicles at any time. We can launch up to, even India can launch up to 5-ton payload. And we have Earth observation satellites, we have communication satellites, and we have put a rover in moon, and we have captured Mars. So we have made that smarter, but is it sustainable? That is the question now. So when we talk about the sustainability in the space, see, now there is a lot of demand in the satellite applications and the satellite imagery users. But so to that extent, your launching opportunities also increasing. So what happens in that process? The debris in the space is also equally increasing. The debris, what I mean is, it's an unused satellite. Unused satellite in the sense, some may be malfunctioning or some life is over. They are all wandering in the space. And of course, even launch vehicles put a lot of debris, like fragmented segments of the stages and all in the space. So these causes threat to the live satellite, not only the live satellite, even to the launch systems. So how we can avoid this? So to that aspect, if you look at it, I think AI and together with the industrial engineering can make the space and our Earth planet clean. So coming to AI in space systems, like we have Earth observation satellites. So if we put AI systems in along with the Earth observation satellites, so that will predict the climate of the Earth, and it gives a disaster warning, and that way we can protect so many lives. And second thing is the debris. If you have a AI system with the machine learning, it can predict the debris, it can track the debris, predict the debris movement, and that process we can avoid collision of the debris with the live satellites. So that in turn helps to avoid the debris, further debris in the space. And another one is AI application is, see, we know that space objects, what we are looking at it, we like any space mission, it is time and money consuming. So we don't have a second option in that. So once you launch it, once you lost it is forever. So that way, like your AI along with the industrial engineering aspect can make it more sustainable. That's what I believe. The industrial engineering aspect of industrial engineers always look for the smarter and optimized, reduced cost systems. So when coming to the space systems manufacturing, like sim manufacturing of the IA concept can be employed where you reduce the materials and thereby you manufacture with a bulk quantity with the reduced material, so that you reduce the cost also. And second option is, morning professor was talking about the twin design, is it? Digital twin system. Digital twin systems in simulations. See, often launch vehicles are the satellites. Because of the certain flaws in the system, we will be losing the satellite and even the launch vehicle. So if you have the digital twin systems, extensive simulations you can do with this, and we can establish each and every component is sustainable and each and every one is working as expected. And other parties, see, once you have the AI in the AI on board, it can predict the life of the satellite, or can predict how much fuel is left, whether any of the component is going to malfunction, and if required, it can. So in terms of fuel, if you look at it, you can redesign consumes real time. It can redesign the trajectory so that it can it consumes less fuel. And in terms of component malfunctioning, we can reconfigure the system and make it sustainable, so that the frequency of launches and even the satellite whatever we had launched can be used for longer time and make it sustainable. So I feel, to me, it is very encouraging to have an AI with the industrial engineering concept, not make the systems high-tech in space, but make it highly reliable and with the sustainability.
Thank you. Yeah, in fact, the next speaker is also related to the aerospace industry. So we may take questions together.
Hello. I think you can hear me. I have passed out my engineering from TKM Engineering College in 1984. Then I worked in ACC Babcock, one company, power boilers we used to make. That is 3 years I worked there in Durgapur, West Bengal. From 1987 to 2021, I was in DRDL, where we are involved in the development of various missile systems, especially for the underwater missiles. And after that, now personally I am, last 3 years or plus, I am working as a managing director for the BrahMos Aerospace, Thiruvananthapuram. Now, I don't know how much I will be able to the point, to the subject which is selected, but my experience in various areas I can cover up. And one good thing is that the awareness what we are now showing for the sustainability, because whenever the development or industrialization or industrial development comes, sustainability normally we used to take a back seat, because that is why we are seeing all developed countries or in our own place, even our rivers are also totally polluted. Because the sustainability or the smartness when you come into this one, how we can utilize for the generations to come, that I think is a very much good initiative what we are taken and discussing here. I think you should make it more practical, and practically how we can implement. That is where we will be able to contribute to the society. And even when I talk about ACC Babcock, when I was asking, that was a power boilers, because that makes a lot of, we are burning the coal, and how much we are polluting to the this one. But now more solar or wind, the power, the shifting has happened, and we could see that one, that type of pollution, maybe we can reduce that one. That is one area which we could, that is the way how the new technologies and AIs, all those tools we should utilize to see that one. We have to make a more sustainable energy system. That is one area. And coming to the missile side, when I went there initially in 1984 or 1982, when Dr. Abdul Kalam Sahab went there as a integrated guided missile program where 5 missiles started. We were not having any ecosystem that time. We don't have any missiles. Nobody was ready to give that one. It took almost like sometimes took around 20 years plus to come to an. Presently, after that, what he made the seed for the missile development, we have seen after that more than 30 to 40 types of missiles, including the underwater missiles, which we worked. Actually, it was because of the Kalam's initiative. Otherwise, initially they wanted to buy this missile from Russia. But the way he initiated and started, that is the way presently we are seeing. Maybe after that, the way technologies we utilize, and now the user is more smart, and they are telling that you develop a missile within 4 years or 5 years. Nobody will give that one. That is a place where what I have seen, our technology, the smartness and AI, everything put together, we are able to make it now. That is about even every area of the system, if you take it like a missile development, what you have seen, and the way we are engineer that one in different places and seen that one, it is able to cut short the development effort, and with a smart, because now the requirements are also increasing. That is why where we are able to make a more, because that is a place, I think the country like India, we are now, like we are aiming that 2047 we should be Atmanirbhar Bharat. It's a wonderful initiative, but then a lot of work has to go into that one. It's not that easy that we can make it directly that 2047, if we say that one, it will come. Next 20 years, we need to work in such a way that one, that we have to utilize this updated technology, new technologies with all AI-driven. Definitely AI is giving a lot of advantage for making it much better and efficient. Then coming to the place where I am presently, because when I come to BrahMos, earlier it was a Kerala government company called Caltech. In 2018, it has taken over by DRDO, supposed to have taken over. Later on, it is attached to the BrahMos. But though the name BrahMos, we are not alone in the BrahMos missile. We are making only around 35% of our activities are for BrahMos. Otherwise, ISRO around 40 to 45 to 50%. Then DRDO, then when we are making engines, small turbofan engine for GTRE and various other things. So what I found, the initiative, when I came here, it our around 3 years back, we was a small company, we can say we used to make only value addition because we used to take FIM from all the users. And that time it was around 79 crores, which I'm talking about 2022. So over a period, every year we could make around 35 to 40% growth. Now last year we have made around 180 crores as a turnover. It's not that just it's that easy, but basically what we found is the principles of like the industrial engineering, the way we adapted and the way we put the people into the job, basically seeing that basically the attitude we are in fact driven. Mainly the officers, around 110 officers we have got. We are trying to drive to them that the smartness plus the intelligence, everything you put together, so that we have to show the results. And at the end of the day, if you are not able to give the user the product on time, there is no point. Like the customer is the king, but in order to make that one, we have to really make smart movements, and that is the way we should do it. Basically, I don't know whether I can contribute much, as I told you from the beginning, but I am keenly watching that sustainability part, because that is the one we lacked before. Now actually, definitely with all these tools we should bring into that one. We should improve efficiency, because in the competitive world, that is the one we already will be looking for, that one. So by doing that one, the sustainability we cannot forget. And every system should be socially, economically, and I like the way when the smartness came, or Industry Revolution 4, because what was missing was the human element. And ultimately, whatever you do, if the man is not in the loop or it is not useful to the people, there is no use actually. That is why the sustainability is coming to a very much essential, and the way we have to address this one, address and we have to implement. That is what my suggestion. I think. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony Joseph. So we can field a few questions for both the panelists. Space, aerospace.
Sir, I'll be starting. Sheila ma'am, you had been talking about sustainability as well as the debris. And we always talk about launching only. We never talk about retrieving the things. We only launch. So we always know that there is a life of the satellites which are being launched into orbit. But we don't have any mechanism or anything, like even if we got an AI driven, if anything is nearing its end life, why it can't be pushed back to the Earth and where it can be salvaged upon. Why that thought process never comes in the space field at all?
Yeah, that's the thing that which AI is looking for. The space engineers are looking at the embed AI system in it, so that it assesses the performance of the satellite, and if it is if the fuel is going to be over, then you fire it and bring it back to the Earth. That is a one way. Suppose components are getting lost and it's malfunctioning, then AI can predict the malfunctioning of these components, and that also brings the satellite back to the Earth. We have to see both. So, suppose components are getting malfunction, then you see whether adequate fuel is there or not, then bring to the Earth. Or the second way thought is you bring to an orbit where the collision probability is less, where that is the orbit which is less used for the experimental and application purposes. This is where the AI studies in ISRO are going on. It's not. It's not. AI with no, higher orbit is always useful orbits. 400 kilometers above all are useful orbits. Experimental satellites we put in 400 kilometers. 500 above are application satellites. So you can bring it down to 300 kilometers and or even 200 kilometers depending on the fuel availability. Then what happens automatically because of the aero and other it will slowly comes back to the Earth.
What did affect the geostationary pathways then?
What is the?
Geostationary, that low orbit satellites, LEOs, which we have got. Won't it come into that lines?
No, geostationary orbits are in 36,000, which we are using for the communication purpose. LEO satellites we are using for the Earth's observation and scientific applications.
That is also at 3,500 or so.
No, LEO starts from 300 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers. Above are we either call it as a high altitude polar satellites, which you use for the remote sensing purposes. Above, then geostationary orbit. So of course we put certain things like navigation satellites in the eccentric orbit. That also with the minimum altitude will be above 400 kilometers because we assume or we know that aero disturbance will be there up to 400, though it is minor. So we don't want that to pull the satellite, operational satellite. So 400 and above to 28,000.
Yeah, good afternoon. I just have this doubt actually. Now, if we are talking about debris in orbits, multiple orbits, first of all, we need to know whether it's a live satellite or a debris. Okay. So, is there any way, method where we will be able to map multiple orbits and then find out what is live and what is a debris and what is more vulnerable and what needs to be attended first?
Yes, we have good methods. There are systems which are universally and cooperative system with all the space launching stations and space applications and or the space stations. Like all the countries united together, we have a system that each country will tell you what are the debris real time that will tell you the debris which are moving. Even India has, we call it as a TLE, timeline element. So every 10 milliseconds or even every 1 second it tell you where the debris are. So what right now the launch vehicles and satellites are doing is satellites maneuver in such a way that debris pass away, then comes to that way we are losing the life. And launch vehicles we either postpone the launch so that debris will be away from the path or prepone so that we will be passing that version. This is right now this is the procedure which all the countries are following.
But in that case, then by 2047, which Sir was talking about, becoming fully Atmanirbhar, by that time, the space will be full of debris only.
Okay, but the debris are coming down, but it falls and comes to Earth. But it takes time. So till that time, we have to manage this. But I don't think we'll go up to 2047 because the research and things are going fast. And even now, you know that our central government has announced the private participation in the space technology. So a lot of startups are coming up with a live camera on the satellite to monitor the debris. And there is another startup which is planning to capture the debris and 2-3 debris and comes down. Re-entry. That's a reusable or re-entry vehicles. These are there in the pipeline, but of course you know that it's a lifetime of any space research takes time, and it is costly also compared to other.
Ma'am, with your permission, may I offer some of my comments also to this question?
Okay, sure.
Sir, one thing about bringing back, as you have rightly pointed out, debris is a problem, but the space is too vast compared to our imagination. That is one thing, and we have something like a parking orbit concept where we push our satellites, which are not generally, after their life is over, we try to push them out of the useful orbit and put them in the parking orbit. That is one thing. But what I wanted to point out is that we have something like payload penalty when we think of bringing back something. Suppose we have the concept of vertical takeoff and vertical landing, what Elon Musk and all do. There, with our capabilities, our current launcher capabilities and all, if we attempt to bring back our vehicles back and reuse it, the payload penalty is around 50%. That means, suppose I am trying to launch a satellite which is 5 ton mass, and I want to bring back my rocket, then the capacity of my rocket drastically comes down to 2.5 ton. I won't be able to launch a satellite which is of 5 ton weight. This is one thing which is very costly, and which is keeping us away from bringing down anything and everything. So we try to bring down which are the most important, most costly parts, and not everything. And coming to the satellites again, we have around, maybe suppose a satellite lifetime, suppose 15 years or 5 or 10 years, and bringing it back again, capturing it needs a lot of infrastructure. So this becomes cost. Everything comes down to the cost. That is one reason we generally don't do that.
Good morning, madam. This question is for you, madam. ISRO is having any tie with NASA, madam? Because some scientists, those who are working in ISRO, are leaving ISRO and they are going to some other companies. Do you have any tie-up with NASA? Because my daughter is working as a scientist D in NRSC. She is telling that there is not that much encouragement in ISRO. Please give answer, madam, for this.
Okay, right. I don't think the manpower part, we don't have any contract with NASA. But recently have heard that NISA, the project-wise, ISRO is signing with the
Project-wise only, manpower part is you are not having. How to enter into NASA? Is there any scope?
But is it NASA that attractive? I don't think it is, because NASA is giving all the, right from beginning, I think when I joined in 84, that time itself all the components making or manufacturing, everything is done in private sectors. Even the software and the algorithm development is done in universities, which NASA is, of course, NASA is contracting it and getting it done. NASA is only like our Shard Center, only assembling all the things and launching. I'm paying for this, all these contributions from the private entrepreneurs. But similarly, right now India, I think India has more opportunities in space than in American, because it is open for the private entrepreneurs also.
Yes.
So if, okay, I can understand her if she is so much talented in the research activity, then NRSC is not the place.
Oh.
Unless she is a computer science person. If she is...
She is electronics, madam.
Yeah, of course. But there are a lot of private industries are coming up in the space where a lot of research activities, not only the ISRO's thing we are copying, they are copying and doing, but there are a lot of research activities are going on. She can very well join that. You will get a reasonably good salary also if you are from ISRO. Definitely you will.
Thank you, Hari. Thank you.
So, I can add to that. So NASA is not a primary research agency. They're just a subcontracting agency, as she said. The other issue with going to US and trying to get into NASA is by the time you get your green card and get your citizenship and security clearance, she'll be 60 years old. There's no way she's going to... It's very difficult. Unless you did your undergrad there, maybe you have a chance. But typically it's very difficult.
Madam, I'm just coming to the grassroots problem which is applicable to every one of us. You are in the ISRO in the last 3 decades plus. Space is connected with the pure science, pure engineering, pure technology. It's a combination of everything. Unfortunately, in the last 2-3 years when I visit several colleges, the degree course or science is being closed in so many colleges. Even in so many, this morning somebody raised, nobody is coming to mechanical, electrical. No space or any rocket engineering without mechanical, electrical. Is there any promotional activity or popularizing activity or propagating activity by space, ISRO or any government of India to the school level? Yeah, science is everything and everything is science. Any activity is being done. Then only sustainability will happen. Otherwise, ISRO is there in Trivandrum, Bangalore, Sriharikota, etc. Then only quota after a few years.
Yeah.
Just.
See, the ISRO, it was not accessible for the public, and even now it is not. But now private entrepreneurs, private enterprises have come. That there is a lot of visibility in that. But ISRO, as for your question, to encourage the students, there is something called Space Week, October, I think 4th to 11th. So during that period, ISRO encourages all the, throughout Kerala, ISRO in the sense, what I mean is within Kerala, 3 centers we have. Liquid Propulsion System Center in Valimala. We have another research center of inertial systems in Vatirkav, and the main Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. So this Space Week is mainly conducted in ISRO, and they go, engineers go throughout the Kerala in villages, and they give demonstration of the ISRO's activities and ISRO's. People get thrilled. I mean, students get thrilled in that, and they are. And after that, there is a lot of competitions within the. It starts much before, and those who are getting the winning in the competition, they are brought here. They will be here in VSSC. They will be shown a launch, and they will be shown all the facilities. So that way, a lot of encouragement is there. But not. Let me tell one more thing. It's not only for the students, but it is for the superannuated people also. There is one day for the superannuated people. You just register in the site during this week. Registration comes nearly in September 1st. During that period it starts. It is, of course, first come, first serve. Our buses fly from Koilon to Kalikavla and this side also. So we have a lot of buses, and ISRO arranged bus to pick you up from the nearest route. They will take you, they will get all your details and drop you back. And that full day, all senior citizens are treated like a god there. You get all the so really it is very, so it's information for all senior citizens also. You can visit, you can keep looking for this. Of course, seat, I think maximum of 250 or 300 people only can be accommodated. So it is first come, first serve.
Thanks for doing.
I will add on to this, ma'am. There is a, I think ISRO does a summer camp also for the children from all over India. Though I'm from Uttarakhand, I remember that 2 years back, from a very small village in Uttarakhand, that is Dhumakot. One of the girl, Purvanshi Dhyani, she came to ISRO for the summer camp. So it is not only Kerala, but it is all over India, and kids are selected on a different merit basis, the co-curricular activities and also. Yes, so that's it. Yes. And one thing as a mother, I'm so sorry, I want to tell sir, a question to your answer to your question is, these days it is so difficult to tell kids what we want. Now kids are like, they are so open to everything, they are so clear what do they want. And sir, they know much more than what we can tell them. And a person who wants to become a scientist, they are very clear. We are not going to Adam Jobs. We are going to become a scientist. So it is very, that much clarity was not there during our time. But the kids are much more than what we can think of.
Sir, Anthony, sir. Okay. Now we are talking in terms of missile technologies and composites as well as. Now, do you think the industry in India is sustaining with the metallurgies or the metals for the rare metals what we make into the body, the casings? Have we reached there to get the metallurgy in the right place?
No, still we are depending upon so many other parties, and sometimes not directly, indirectly also. We need to develop that one, no doubt on that.
So, one thought process on the thinking of where to join and what stream students should take. I see a lot of people are gravitating towards computer science or biomedical or aerospace, and most of these kids don't even know what those are. So they join something because it's glamorous. They see Sundar Pichai and see the dollar numbers and think that they're all going to be Sundar Pichais. There's only one Sundar Pichai, and the rest of them are all engineers who are really working and making money. Maybe not at the level of Sundar Pichai. So I think there's a disconnect between. So I would say this: the Sundar Pichais are the business people, the ones that the real engineers are the ones you read in textbooks. So the question is, do you want to be a real engineer or do you want to make money? Yes. So that's why I showed my experience. I said I wanted the faculty to see that the faculty has to change. Unless the faculty change, they will not.
So that's okay. That's a good thought. I think the time is over, and thank you all. Thank you very much for the discussion. I'm also thankful to Ms. Sheila and Sri Anthony Joseph.
Sir, with Madam's permission, what Madam mentioned, I am adding to that only. Regarding ISRO's outreach activities, ISRO is giving a lot of thrust to its outreach activities. Earlier, we used to conduct World Space Week celebrations, as Madam mentioned, from October 4 to 10. In addition to this, now we are celebrating National Space Day since the soft landing of Chandrayaan 3 near lunar South Pole. So currently National Space Day activities are on, and lot of outreach activities are being planned as part of these National Space Day celebrations. We are reaching to students. Also, all of our center are open to the public. We are conducting lot of open house programs where students are encouraged to visit our center and see the activities carried out at our various facilities. And in addition to this, we are conducting Yuva Vaijnanik Karyakram, Yuvika. So a lot of students are being actually trained at our different centers. as part of this. Madam has mentioned earlier, the program is UVIGA only. A lot of students are being trained as part of this UVIGA every year, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. So on behalf of my fellow panelists, I thank you all for being a very active crowd. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, please be there. And I invite Commander Mangal Shrikant sir to distribute the token of appreciation gift to the members. Thank you so much, sir.
Please don't go off. The feedback form, the QR code will come over here. Please scan it and you have to submit the feedback. Okay, because I know after lunch most of you will go off. So before that, please do it. So you can scan it and that form you can submit.
Technology driven.
Yeah, I request all of you, including the cameraman, okay? The form is for everyone. Even the volunteers, please.
We'll be having a lunch breaks from 1 to 2 p.m.
web developer in Kerala state in the IT Fest conducted by Kerala government. The award was presented by Chief Minister Umman Chandi at that time. Gidu got selected by the government of India as a student ambassador for technology sector to Japan. Then the idea of starting her own venture came into her mind while doing electronics and communication engineering. And she used to do freelance works, internships, and several online works during that time. With the support of college authorities and friends, she was the first student and the first girl to register a startup in the college technology business incubator. Okay, Geetu was the first one to develop the campus news mobile application of the country, and it made a huge impact. She was also active in various extracurricular activities. She was the vice chairperson of the college. And he started PACE, and PACE's biggest strength is a strong team that supports each other and strong partnerships. Okay, I am not going into more details. Of course, he is, a model for all our students. And recently she was in news because of the AI tool she developed for election prediction. It was in all media, it was there. Anyway, we will try to project that as well. The Cephology, as you know, people have been doing by guesswork, some survey and all. But she has used AI she developed a model which will learn, and then the prediction were exact. Okay? And now she's so busy that everyone wants, all political parties want to see the trend, what's going to come. So she's running around the country, and of course in abroad also she has several assignments. So I request Geetu to make her presentation. Please.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome that Anil sir had given. So apparently he was the principal of my college when I was studying in Government Engineering College, Trivandrum. And during second year, he was the principal who actually supported me to find my startup. I used to be a freelancer back then. So this was back in 2015. So I'm very thankful for him for giving me the initial push that was required. So I'll just start with a brief overview of the project that he mentioned about. So it was called Devasena, and it is an AI-based tool which can predict the results of any kind of political election. So the name Devasena, actually I was not very fond of that name because this was a project which was proposed to us by Asianet News, which is a leading Malayalam news channel. So when there was a recent by-election that had come here, which was in Nilambur, and they wanted to come up with an AI-based tool which will make the counting process very interesting. If you know the election counting process, it is like a 4 to 5 hour process, which takes quite a lot of time when it starts by morning 8 o'clock, and the counting goes on, and the final result of the election comes by about 1:30 approximately. So they wanted to make this time interesting, so they wanted to have an AI tool which will in between, according to the current vote status, which will be able to predict the final results of the election and the majority of each candidate by the end of it. So initially we were quite skeptical because according to all our concepts, it is like a lot of speculation, and there is a lot of factors which cannot be quantified. So that was my initial thought. So how are we going to predict election results based, because a lot of sentiments, a lot of geopolitical and socio-economic factors are involved. So that was initially a challenge, but then after quite a lot of discussions, we were quite convinced that based on data we'll be able to do it. So as we all know, any kind of AI is based on data alone. So the output is totally dependent on the accuracy and the kind of data we give into the system. So we were quite interested to see how using data we'll be able to predict it. So I'll like to show you a video of how the final output came in the channel. So I guess many of you are from outside Kerala, but this video is in Malayalam, but I'll just try to explain how the output came. So this will be one part from.
ഭൂരിപക്ഷം ഏതാണ്ട് ശരിയായി വരുന്നു. 13,000 ആണ് ഭൂരിപക്ഷം പ്രവചിക്കുന്നത്. 78,984 വോട്ടാണ് UDF പ്രവചിക്കുന്നത്. സ്വതന്ത്ര അൻവറിന് 21,571 വോട്ടും പ്രവചിക്കുന്നു.
ദേവസേന വലിയ ഹിറ്റായി മാറിയിരിക്കണം.
എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് കമലേഷ് സാധാരണ നിൽക്കുന്ന അത്ര സമയം ദേവസേന നിന്നില്ല. ഇനിയിപ്പോ ശതമാന കണക്ക് കൂടി നോക്കാം.
ഇതാ വന്നു ഉണ്ടല്ലോ. ശതമാന കണക്ക് നോക്കിയാൽ
അല്ലല്ല, ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി മൊത്തം വോട്ട് കണക്കാണ്. ഇനി വരില്ല എന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു ദേവസേന, അല്ലേ?
അതുകൊണ്ടായിരിക്കും 2 തവണ. ഇനി എണ്ണാൻ 34,651
വോട്ടേ ബാക്കിയുള്ളൂവെങ്കിൽ ഇനി 2 പഞ്ചായത്ത് കരുളായിയും ഒപ്പം തന്നെ അമരമ്പലവും LDFന്റെ ഉരുക്കുകോട്ടകൾ ഉരുക്കുകോട്ടകളെ കടക്കുന്നു. പ്രതീക്ഷ വേണമെന്നുള്ള രണ്ടാമത്തെ കാര്യം.
ഇടതുപക്ഷത്തിന് CPM-ന് സ്വരാജിന് പറഞ്ഞു നിൽക്കാൻ ഒന്നുമില്ലാത്തൊരു തെരഞ്ഞെടുപ്പാണ് കഴിഞ്ഞു പോകുന്നത്. അത്
Okay, so what you saw on the that corner was the AI widget which we developed. So now I'll like to say explain a little bit about how we actually developed it. So what we took as the base was past 20 years of election data of the elections that has happened in this particular constituency. So how the election counting happens is that it happens round after round. In each round, a set of booths will be counted. So the total counting process is like 10 or 15 rounds of counting, where in each round there will be like 8 or 9 booths which are counted together. By booths I mean the voting machines, electronic voting machines from that particular booth. So many booths will be clubbed together and it will be counted. So what we took as the base data is the past 20 years of election data, which has booth level data of how much vote each candidate has got in that particular booth. So that some data was available in the Election Commission website and older data was not available. So the news channel also helped us to get it from local party people. They had the count of like from 1990s. So that was manually collected and the rest we took from Election Commission website. So that was the base data we used to train the model. So it was able to identify patterns over the years of in each booth how it is performing and based on the number of votes in each booth, how the final result of the election is getting affected. So that was the base data that was given for training. So on election we know, because we cannot rely on past data alone, because there are a lot of factors which affects each election, which could be the local issues in that particular constituency, which could be maybe some negative or positive sentiments towards a candidate. There could be religion and caste factors, since we are in India, and even though we call ourselves a secular country, when it comes to elections, religion, caste and all such factors still affects. So there were quite some additional inputs we had to give. So one was demography based, where like this constituency consisted of some mountain areas and some places where this wildlife attack was very prominent and government was not taking any action, so that caused a negative sentiment. And there were some religious organizations which were affecting certain booths. So these inputs we were giving to the model as additional inputs to affect the final result of the outcome. So using this we trained the model. And actually, with this training alone, we could get a final prediction output. But since in this particular case, since this was a news channel, they wanted something which is keeping on changing. If you just give one output and you say that this candidate is going to win, then that thing is over there. But they wanted this to go on during the counting process. So what we did was that during the counting, when we are giving the present number of votes, the accuracy of the system keeps on increasing. So by the end, we were able to actually accurately predict, including the final number of, approximately the final number of votes and the kind of majority also that the candidate is getting. So, so this was an interesting experience for us also, because I used to think that election and things like this are not quantifiable and it cannot be exactly predicted. But when after going through this process, I understood that if we are able to actually give the right kind of data and the right kind of inputs to the system, this can be scientifically analyzed. So after this, there is a lot more potential to this, which I see is that political parties also can use this as a base for their campaign in any place. Before even starting the campaign, they can get an overall idea about where they should put their efforts in and where they have higher probability to win. And with this, I assume during the previous sessions, you all must have got a lot of inputs about how AI is playing its role in different industries. So this is one new segment, elections and politics and the government, where AI can come into place. And what I see as an advantage of this is that before this, election was very much based on sentiments and people's orientation towards a political party and things like that. But if it can be scientifically analyzed, and if data can be a backup for this, it will put a pressure on the people who are involved and the governments to perform better. Because after a point, their performance and what are they doing for the constituency also become quantifiable. And if it can be analyzed, then it will become more important for every politician or every representative of the people to give better performance, because their performance will also become a base for these predictions and who is going to win. So I guess this is something that AI can be used for the betterment of the public, and how it can actually make governments and the people's representatives perform better. Thank you.
Thank you, Geetu. Any questions? You have a couple of questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a wonderful new thinking, I should say, because generally engineers tend not to be into this politics or political analysis and all. Basically, I am from Kerala. My name is Dominic, and I am working in Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. I just want to have one or two questions. One is that this was not an exit poll prediction sort of thing.
It was after the election, because we could do it as an exit poll, but the legality doesn't allow us. We are not supposed to do predictions.
Again, the prediction started when the counting started, or even before that?
Even before that, we had an output which was coming from the system, but we are not supposed to publish it. So officially, we published only after the first round results came. So that was like 8:30 in the morning.
Okay. So let me ask you.
But technically speaking, without giving an input also, we had an output.
Okay.
Because of the data previous data.
That was again the same candidate winning, or
same candidate
winning?
So I personally thought this is wrong. I thought this is not working.
What was the accuracy at that point before
at
starting
that point
the counting?
of time, maybe close to 85%.
That's very good. Very good, I should say. And you told about the legal issues, right? We are not supposed to publish any
prediction
exit poll data before the election.
Yes.
So your proposal for the political parties to use this data, that also may face such legal issues?
No, actually it is not like we are not publishing that this candidate is going to win. We are only giving an analysis based on the past data that for this particular party, these are the places which they are going wrong. These are the places which is like, for example, over the years, 10% increase in votes, or over the years, 10% decrease in votes. What is happening? So that is an analysis of what is the scenario in each particular place, and where there could be swing votes, which could be like alternatively going to parties. So that analysis we can give.
Okay, so that information will be given to your user in a confidential way only?
Confidential way only.
Okay.
Not like publishing in public that this is going to be the output.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
The best thing is that it can be very effectively used to entertain the public.
Like present exit polls, the problem is that they take a sample number as, like, for example, 1,000 people in one constituency. But there is no random sampling there. This 1,000 could be biased. So that is why the exit polls are not coming exactly accurate. But that is published after the people have finished voting. So that same way we can do that. After people have finished voting, we can publish.
No, the psephologists have been using some AI tools. It's not that they are not using.
No, earlier it is only by manual collection of data. That
Earlier it was manual. Because what we have told that particularly if randomization is not proper, then it may lead to erroneous results. That is the major reason.
Yeah.
Otherwise, very high accuracy can, even in advanced European Union countries and US also, all these exit polls have failed because that is not proper. But what is our contention that you did it for a particular constituency?
Me, sorry for interrupting, because we have a shortage of time.
Okay,
so
no issue. No issue.
Question and answer can continue.
No issue.
On video also we have to play, because 2:30 our general body has to start.
Okay, no issue.
Okay, so you can play that video and then.
Yeah, okay, that was the same video. That is okay. I'll continue with this.
Okay, thank you. You already played.
I already played. Yeah, it's okay. What I see is that here there is no problem of the samples not being correct or anything like that, because the entire data we are taking and it is only inputs that we are giving are in full. So there is no question of errors coming in. Personally, no. As a company, we don't. We will only offer the platform. But if somebody is interested to, like some news channel is interested, we are willing to partner with them in the same way.
This prediction was candidate specific or the party specific?
Both we can say, because there was one candidate which was independent as well. So, and he was a prominent figure there. So it was combined. There was a challenge because this independent candidate was standing for another party in the previous elections. So the training part was a little challenging because of that. TensorFlow and Python. Yes. Actually, that is very true. But like whatever we say, Digital India, as long as cash is available here, it is difficult to keep track of it. But then I guess through analysis like this, maybe the election spend can come down, because a lot of campaigning and a lot of data collection happens manually, and they pay each person who is going into the field. So that amount can be reduced. But I think social media has come up with a good tool, because like they analyze what parties spend and give a report to the election commission. So that is actually limiting the digital spend. But the other thing, as long as cash is in play, I don't think we can have an exact track of how much is being spent. Yes. I don't think so. This data for the observance it couldn't be, but for the local level people who are working for the party, they could benefit from this, because like if in one particular booth they must be thinking that, oh, my candidate is going to win, but data must be saying otherwise, that this is a booth which they are going to lose, so they can put in more effort there. So a lot of times what happens is that we see a lot of hoardings and things. The more hoardings we see, we tend to think that this candidate is going to have an upper hand there. But then it is not about hoardings. Data could say otherwise. Understood. Okay, offline we cannot, but digital we took into consideration because we took some social media hashtags. Social media analysis also we were doing. So based on the hashtags pulled from social media also, we were giving it a small weightage. So online campaign, if they have done properly, that could have affected the result.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Geetu. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. He'll come to you. She will come to you. Sorry for the interruption, but it is a protocol to do on time certain things as per bylaws. No, easy. As per the provisions given in the bylaws of Indian Institution of Industrial Engineering, we resume our annual general body meeting in Trivandrum. I request non-professional members can stay out of the hall. Non-professional members. After break of 30 minutes, as per the provisions given in the bylaws and memorandum of understanding, with the available members present here, we are conducting our 67th annual report and audited balance sheets discussion in this August gathering. Thank you very much. I request Honorary Secretary to continue the proceedings.
Good afternoon, everybody. With respect to Chairman, sir, I, as Yogesh Deepnik, Honorary Secretary, would like to present our secretarial report to you. Direct agenda? Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I will come out with the notice of 67th Annual General Body Meeting notice. So first, item number 1, to record confirmation of minutes of 66th AGM of the institution held on 27th September 2024 at 6:10 p.m. at the Wave International Hotel, NH33, Tata Ranchi Highway, Asanbani, Jamshedpur 832401. This already it has been placed on website also, and I would request some
Your attention, please. Those who have not given the feedback, I request you to scan the QR code and enter the feedback. Make it smaller. Aspect ratio, same. ഒരുപോലെ ഇരിക്കണം. ഇങ്ങനെ അല്ല തിരിച്ച് കുറച്ചുകൂടെ മുകളിലോട്ട് ചെറുതാക്കൂ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കസേര ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് മറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുക. കുറച്ചുകൂടെ നേരത്തെ ഇട്ടത് കറക്റ്റ് ആയിരുന്നു. മതി കുറച്ചുകൂടെ. Enough. Okay. Please scan it. If you have not done already, so please do it, because your feedback will be useful to us. And we also would like to know whether we have done well or not. Okay, how we can improve and all we will know. So please, I request all of you to do that. 7 പേര് വെച്ച് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തില്ലേ
all the members and participants are requested to please be seated on the respective seats.
അയാൾ കൊണ്ട് ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യും. നിങ്ങൾ അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങനെ ഓൾട്ടർനേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് എഴുതണം. നിങ്ങളെ കിട്ടാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് അയാളുടെ അടുത്ത് പറഞ്ഞു കളക്ടിങ് ഡീറ്റെയിൽസും പ്രസാദ് രാജ് ഇല്ല നിങ്ങൾ അവർ ഇൻവൈറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് ഇവിടെ അങ്ങോട്ട് കയറാനായിട്ട്. ആ നിധി ഈ ലോട്ട്സ് ഓഫ് ഹെൽപ്പ് ഓൾട്ടർനേറ്റ് മറ്റേ മൈക്കൂടെ ഉണ്ടോ?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset of 2 days event of great interactions happening in various venues, we are at the culmination of today's session, validatory function. To formally move on with the activities, I would like to welcome Mr. Yogesh S. Dipnaik, Honorary Secretary of IIIE National Council. I request you, sir, to join the dais. May I invite him to the hall? Those who are standing outside the venue, please come inside. Mr. Yogesh is a great industrialist and one of the youngest and the best award-winning industrialist from the Maharashtra state government. He is one of the youngest secretaries of IIIE National Council and very dynamic person working towards sustainability, very much in theme towards today's our session of 2 days deliberations of 67th National Convention and 9th International Conference and the National Productivity Council. I welcome you, sir, to the dais. May I also request other dignitaries to join to call upon? May I request Abhijit?
So we have Dr. D. Bijilal, Secretary of the Organizing Committee. Sir is a Principal of Barton Hill Government Engineering College. Welcome, sir. We have Dr. A.V. Prasad Raju, Chairman, IIIE NC Committee. Welcome, sir.
May I also request Mr. M. Mohan, Director, LPSC ISRO, to join the dais. He has been instrumental with various space programs and he has currently taken charge as the Director, LPSC, on 27 January 2025. He has been instrumental with various activities of VSSC. Before serving as the Director LPSC, he has held various key positions like Director VSSC, Director Human Space Flight Center. He has also served as the Deputy Director for MME and for VSSC, Deputy Director for ASOE, to name a few. He has won many laurels since 2010. He is a recipient of ISRO Performance Excellence Award in 2016 and the Merit Award of 2010. He is a Fellow of Aeronautical Society of India and the Life Member and currently serving as the President of Society of Aerospace Engineering. With these words, with a few words, let me call upon you, sir, to adore the dais.
So we have also Dr. KVSC Murali Krishnan, former VC, JN2K Kakinadu, who needs no introduction. And we have our own Dr. B. Anil, Chairman and of the Organizing Committee. He's a man who has run the whole show. So welcome, sir. Welcome all.
To add, our Murli sir has authored more than 30 books, and he is a well-known professor in civil engineering, and he serves in the Ministry of Environment and Forest Council, and he is by the Government of India, and he is an expert in technical and economic appraisal committee of High Power Committee.
We also request the presence of Dr. Suresh, Secretary. Suresh sir?
Suresh sir, please join the dais.
He is also the man who runs the show. Welcome, sir.
Now may I request Mr. Yogesh S. Deep Naik, Honorary Secretary of IIIE, to deliver the welcome address for the valedictory section. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. It is my profound honor and privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the 67th National Convention here in Trivandrum. Over the decades, the Indian Institution of Industrial Engineering IIIE has served a beacon of knowledge, innovations, transformative leaderships in the field of industrial engineering. I extend my warm welcome to Shri N. Nohan, Director LPSC, ISRO, Professor KVSG Murli Krishna, former Vice Chancellor, JNTU, Kakinada, and Dr. AVV Prasad Raju, Sir, Chairman IIIE, Dr. B. Anil, Chairman IIIE, Trivandrum Chapter, and Dr. D. Bijulal, Secretary, Organizing Committee. And to the esteemed judges, members of IIIE, and all the participants present here today. This year's National Convention has been enriching and inspiring experience. The convention explored the diverse range of contemporary and futuristic topics, including AI in the strategic drivers in Industry 5.0, beyond the Industries 4.0, sustainable industries, practices and technologies, human capital and workforce transformation in Industry 5.0, advanced plant operation and smart engineering techniques, intelligent manufacturing systems for the resilience and sustainability, data-driven engineering for industrial systems, sustainable finance, economic models in industrial engineering, and many more. An impressive total of around 65 technical papers were presented in these themes during the convention. The panel discussions, case studies, presentations were thought-provoking and exceptionally quality, offering deep insights into evolving landscapes of industrial engineering. We gained valuable knowledge and fresh perspectives, and it was indeed a learning experience for all of us. I take this opportunity to congratulate IIIE Trivandrum chapter for successfully organizing this national convention and productive contacts with great efficiency and dedications. Heartiest congratulations to all the winners and participants here for the productivity contest as well, which will be honored here during this voluntary. In conclusion, I encourage everyone to stay committed to the principles and practice discussed throughout this convention. Continued engagement with these themes will foster the culture of innovation, sustainability, and lifelong learning, ensuring long-term growth and excellence in our professions. Thank you very much for allowing me. Thank you so much all.
Thank you, sir. To go ahead with the report of 67th Convention, may I request Dr. D. Bijulal, Secretary of Organizing Committee. And he is again a veteran in IIIE, and he has authored many books, and he has more than 5 scholars, and he is actually a real problem solver of industries from the Kerala. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Nidhi. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, a summary of activities, accomplishments in connection with the conduct of this 67th National Convention are briefed in this report. And this report is submitted for the approval of this August gathering. The offer to host the 67th National Convention of the Indian Institution of Industrial Engineering came to the notice of the chapter committee through the National Council member from our chapter, Dr. Suresh Subramaniam. The matter was discussed in the chapter committee and agreed in principle to take the lead role in hosting the convention in Thiruvananthapuram after a gap of 18 years, and communicated the willingness to take up this responsibility to the national headquarters of IIIE. The note from the NSQ has created the search for the theme for the convention. After many rounds of brainstorming and discussions in the executive committee, the theme was selected as Industry 5.0, AI-driven industrial engineering for sustainability. It was accepted by the NSQ, and the next task discussed in the chapter was about selecting the person to lead the event, and converged to the name Dr. Bijulal D., myself, Professor in Mechanical Engineering, Government Engineering College, Parton Hill, and the Vice Chairman of the Trivandrum chapter of IIIE. The Department of Mechanical Engineering and the CET School of Management in the College of Engineering Trivandrum were identified as the partners for this event. A steering committee, an international advisory board, a national advisory committee, and a board of advisors were formed to assist the conduct of the convention in a nice manner. The dates for the convention were selected as 8 to 9 August in consultation with the NSQ and considering the suggestions of the NSQ. The venue of the convention was finalized as Hotel Dimora after considering the financial, logistical, and proximity aspects after comparing many alternative venues. After confirming the theme, the date, the venue, and the team for the convention, a core team consisting of the IIIE Executive Committee members was formed to coordinate the activities associated with the convention, the international conference, and the productivity contest. The responsibilities were divided between the members, and a core committee was formed. The roles of the members on the core committee include, I request these members to rise. The organizing chair, Dr. B. Anil, everybody knows from the beginning of this convention itself. And a co-chair, Dr. Suresh Kumar, Honorary Secretary of Chapter, and Dr. Ajit Prabhu, Chapter Vice Chairman. Organizing Secretary, myself, and Treasurer, Dr. Sabu Aral, the Chapter Treasurer itself. Joint Organizing Secretaries, Dr. Sini V. Pillai, Engineer Arun Prakash, NVS, is there in the back, and Dr. Abhijit R. And the event coordinators were Dr. Unnikrishnan V.S., Dr. Sabu K. Sabu K is available. Dr. Binush S.A., Engineer Sunit Nadarajan, and Dr. Vinita S. Das. And Dr. Vinita S. Das is in charge of the IIIE student chapter in the College of Engineering, Trivandrum. The different committees started functioning at its fullest level to achieve the objectives of the teams, such as getting sufficient number of reviewers for the purpose and setting up the conference paper submission and acceptance system, reaching out to the industries to get productivity contest submissions, getting sponsorship and association from industrial firms in the conduct of the program, and finalizing the experts for talks, panel discussions, and the chief guest for inaugurating the convention. The draft brochure for the convention was communicated to the NSQ and got suggestions for improvement and were implemented to release the brochure on 9th April 2025 by Dr. K. Suresh, Principal, College of Engineering, Trivandrum. The launch of the website was also conducted on the same day by our veteran member, Dr. K. Gopalakrishnan Nair, in the Principal's office in the College of Engineering, Trivandrum. The NSQ transferred a seed fund to meet the expenses to start off the activities, and different chapters of IIIE started offering funds as sponsorships. Different teams worked to their level best to get papers for the conference, to get productivity improvement case studies, sponsorship, and delegates from different industrial organizations. CET School of Management and the Mechanical Engineering Department of CET provided sufficient number of volunteers to assist the event. The chairman of IIIE, Dr. AVV Prasad Raju, along with the Honorary Secretary, Sri Yogesh Dipnaik, conducted a visit to the venue to assess the arrangements made in the venue and gave inputs as additional requirements, precautions, and protocols in different functions. The team gave the encouraging and complimentary comments and suggestions to improve the arrangements for the conduct of the event. That gave the courage and enthusiasm to make arrangements in a more professional and focused manner. Arrangements for a book of abstracts with all the registered 70 abstracts were prepared with ISBN through Messrs. Excel Publishers, New Delhi. A press meet was conducted on 6 August 2025 in Trivandrum Press Club to explain the activities being planned as part of this 67th National Convention. The culmination of all these arrangements made after many iterations, cross-checks and demonstrations happened on yesterday, 8th August at 9:30 at the Taylor Arena or Iris Hall of this hotel. The dignitaries and participants of the function was welcomed by the conference chair, Dr. B. Anil. The convention was inaugurated by Dr. V. Narayanan, Chairman, Space Commission, Secretary, Department of Space, and Chairman, ISRO. The session was presided over by the National Council Chairman, Dr. A.V. Prasad Raju. Dr. K. Suresh, Principal of College of Engineering, Trivandrum, was the guest of honor and delivered a talk. The inaugural session of the convention had the events, release of Book of Abstracts of Technical Papers by Engineer Narayana Murthy, Chairman of Keltron and the President of III Trivandrum Chapter. Felicitation of National Productivity Award winners by Dr. Sasmita Tripathi, Vice Chairperson of IIIE National Council. And the organizing secretary of this convention gave away the vote of thanks in the inaugural function. The conference management team received around 198 papers from different parts of the world. The review process screened and accepted 124 papers, and acceptance was communicated to the authors and informed the comments of the reviewers to strengthen the presentations. A total of 70 number of technical papers deliberated in the conference in the offline and online mode in the presence of august audience and 2 session chairs. They have provided the scores for the presentation to decide upon the best paper. 3 papers were identified eligible for prizes after the 2-day-long presentations. The prizes will be declared during the award ceremony. The response to the productivity contest was slow at the beginning, and only a few contest entries were reviewed at that time. The total number of entries rose to 24 from many industries across the country. A team of 3 experts sit together in evaluating the productivity improvement case studies to select the best cases for the 2 days, for the entire 2 days. The convention attendees were engaged in an exciting keyword puzzle game related to industrial engineering in the end of the first day. The venue was also provided with exhibition stalls of different organizations to display their products and demonstrate services, and a counter for IIIE NSQ to provide the overview of IIIE activities and different forms for membership. The cooperation of all well-wishers is acknowledged, and I express wholehearted gratitude to all who have extended their help in any form to the successful completion of this event. This brief report is presented for the approval of the meeting in the validity function, which is being presided over by the National Council Chairman, Dr. A.V. Prasad Raju. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Dr. A.V.V. Prasad Raju, Chairman IIIE NC and the most renowned industrial engineer across the globe and the first gold medalist of IIIE.
Thank you, Madam, for your brief. Respected delegates and dignitaries and organizers, a very good afternoon, rather good evening. Dear ladies and gentlemen, a happy Raksha Bandhan Divas, which you are all celebrating, and unfortunately you are all away from families, but we extend warm wishes on behalf of organizing committee, everyone, happy Raksha Bandhan once again. As you all know, the speech at valedictory will be given by a meritorious student by expressing his gratitude and say goodbye to the event and organizer. It's a significant event to celebrate this achievement for a student in his life. Taking valedictory as a word, it's a befitting occasion for me, besides a chairman, a student passed out in 1994 with gold medal. This prestigious institution. So I would like to mention highest appreciation for the time, treasure, and thoughts spent wholeheartedly by Trivandrum Chapter Council members in general and organizing committee in particular. I need once again round of applause because it done under the leadership of Chairman Dr. B. Sir, who made all of us to have a pleasant stay and useful knowledge sharing sessions. These multitasks event done by applying all IE techniques and tools without deviating anything what already they've planned. Never allowed an inch either side or other side, adding up and down. No plus minus. What they have decided, it is done. Thank you once again, sir. This type of approach, this type of discipline, this type of commitment will be a benchmark for the future events of our prestigious institution, Jai IIIE. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. May I now invite Dr. M. Mohan, Director LPAC, the man of the space mission and the leader we have today, to deliver the valedictory address.
Good evening to all. Dr. Prasad Raju, Chairman and Presiding Officer of this function, Dr. T. Bijilal, Professor Murali Krishna, Dr. B. Anil, Dr. Suresh Kumar, and all other on the dais and on the audience, a very good evening again. So let me first compliment the IIIE and the CET teams who co-hosted this event, 2 days event of conference with such a relevant theme. And I am sure the delegates would have lots of takeaway after the 2 days of deliberations and discussions. The very fact that our Chairman ISRO has inaugurated this conference yesterday shows how much value the ISRO management has given to the theme of the conference and its application. As Director of the Liquid Propulsion System Center, I wish to share insights into our operations and how we blend engineering and robust management philosophies to propel the Indian space program. LPSC, as you all know, is the lead center of the ISRO, responsible for the design, development, and realization of liquid propulsion systems powering the ISRO's launch vehicles and spacecrafts. Our portfolio includes development of engines, stages, control components, sensors, etc. across all mission phases from research and prototype development to operational deployment for PSLV, GSLV, LVM-3 and variety of satellite missions. The center has also responsibility of designing and developing the new semi-cryo LOX kerosene engine, the LOX methane engine, electric propulsion systems for spacecrafts, and Gaganyaan-related propulsion systems, and so on. The broad spectrum of such high-end technologies demands multiple projects at various life cycle stages, some at drawing board, others in testing, and many others in actual flight production. Each subject to unique challenges in its own path and ways. Managing projects that span from research to launch readiness, that is, from TRL-1 to TRL-9, demands precise synchronization and adaptation. We adopt advanced program management tools and principles to ensure seamless coordination from scheduling, using network analysis techniques, to deploying metrics organizations where teams are dynamically reallocated to optimize skills and resource across projects. These methods ensure our time and resource management is rigorous and risk is systematically mitigated. The complexity of our projects and product lifecycle management necessitates the application of several core industrial engineering concepts. I would like to mention a few here. One is, of course, we have been traditionally following the concurrent engineering concept. We enable real-time information sharing across multiple systems, multiple levels, during the development phase and promoting collaborative design approach, rapid feedback and configuration control. This drastically reduces development cycles and enhances innovation and improve quality. Supply chain management for each project, LPSC oversees procurement, inventory and logistics. We meticulously track everything from raw material sourcing to final assembly and qualification, ensuring reliability and efficiency. We are also strengthening the supply chain by developing indigenous sources to reduce the dependence on import components. Value addition and quality management. Every subsystem and process is engineered for value addition, balancing performance, cost, and reliability. Our strong quality assurance teams employs rigorous acceptance testing, statistical quality control, and feedback loops at every stage as a non-negotiable approach to maintain high standards amid tight timelines. Collaboration. Modern space missions require collaboration and the agility to both of public and private sectors. LPSC collaborates via models such as government-owned contractor-operated GOCO and public-private partnership PPP models, especially for manufacturing, assembly, and testing. These models allow us to leverage industry strengths, expand capacity, and most importantly, reduce cost and shrink project lead times. A recent example includes the end-to-end production of our Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle PSLV through the industry consortium of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited and L&T. Our transition to a digital backbone leverages several custom-developed software tools for project management, scheduling, inventory control, quality control, and documentation. This digital transformation not only gives project managers real-time dashboards for decision-making, but also ensures linking to quality, traceability, and industrial learning from one mission to the next. Towards the Industry 5 in Space approach, looking ahead, ISRO is poised to embrace Industry 5 approach wherein the human expertise collaborates with intelligent, connected, and flexible manufacturing systems. We are piloting robotic welding, additive manufacturing, and data analytics for predictive maintenance. The challenge now is scaling up this transformation while ensuring safety, reliability, and skill upgradation to empower our workforce to thrive in a mixed environment. India's recent space sector reforms have unlocked the ecosystem for startups. LPSC actively supports and mentors new ventures in propulsion system development and testing. We provide technical guidance and promote innovation and facilitate their entry into the global supply chain. Our aim to act as a catalyst to the Indian space economy, aligning with the government's vision for a larger private sector role. Our Prime Minister has recently rolled out a broad envelope of the National Space Program during the Viksit Bharat 2047. These include the Chandrayaan-4 program as a sample return mission, the Bharatiya Antariksh Space Station, for which the initial modules will be launched in 2028, the Venus Orbiter mission, and the heavy lift next generation launch vehicle, which will be adapted for the human moon landing by the year 2040. In summary, LPSC's journey exemplifies the deep synergy between industrial engineering and high-end technological innovation. Every milestone we achieve is a testament to the power of strategic planning, cross-disciplinary teamwork, and strong industry collaboration. As we chart our future in the era of Industry 5, with new partners and new paradigms, our commitment remains unwavering to add value, ensure quality, empower people, and unlock the limitless potential of the Indian space exploration. I wish to thank the organizers for the opportunity to share my perspective on behalf of LPSC and wish the IIII team all the best in the future endeavors in the promotion and popularization of the industrial engineering principles across all strata of technology. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. Now, may I request Professor KVSG Murali Krishna, former VC and JNTU, for the special address. And he has specifically made it a point to make a brief as possible. He's actually a person who works more into the environment and sustainability, and he can handle sessions under the earth on sustainability for hours that sky is the limit.
Thank you. Hearty congratulations, Indian Institution of Industrial Engineering, on conducting such a beautiful 2-day program. I have participated in not hundreds but thousands of such seminars, workshops, conferences, etc. We generally find people only in the inaugural session, and after the lunch we do not find any people. This is the very few programs maybe in the entire country where till the valedictory so many people are there. The hall is full of eminent personalities, like the coconut of Kerala, full of sweet water. I did my BTech Civil Engineering and Masters in Environmental Engineering from NIT Surat, and was throughout a fun-loving type of person. And once a beautiful philosopher called Murali Krishna, that is myself, told Mr. Murali Krishna, that is myself, that no, there is one enemy in you, and if you don't kill that, destroy that, then your life will be miserable. You are a very beautiful person, and kill that enemy first. The name of that enemy is Log Kya Sochenge. So if you always think that if I speak like this, what others will think, or things like that, then you cannot enjoy life. So from that day onwards, I started speaking always points which are not directly relevant to the theme. So today also I will do the same. I will not touch the topics like AI, etc., where you all have experts in that. I am basically from environment side, and I have the habit of giving my own thoughts, ideas, let the whole world laugh it. I became the member of Environment, Forest and Climate Change for 6 years. When I became the member first time, as introducing ourselves, they asked me, what is environment? Different people gave their own explanations of solutions to environment or whatever it is. But I gave the definition of environment like this. I said environment is nothing but it is surroundings. In Sanskrit we call it as Paryavaran. Pari means surrounding, Avaran means place. So Paryavaran means surrounding place. So my definition of environment is Van Tan Man Sancharita Vushtra Ajadhenu Bhujanga Toranga Vruka Jambuka Matsya Makara Markata Kiti Karkata Karak Kukkuta Chataka Chataka Kapota Sarasa Grudra Vutruka Matkuna Mayura Madhupa Suka Baka Simha Sardula Vrushava Bhalluka Bhairava Gardhava Marjala Danava Manava Devata Dijantutati Sancharita Prantaha Iyameva Paryavaranam Bhogi Ganasrita Bhogalalasata Nityagarjana Duscharita Madamatanga Makara Bhikara Bhayanaka Bhibhatsa Rangastalam Iyameva Paryavaranam. That is how I defined Paryavaranam, even though Sanskrit was not my second language. I never studied Sanskrit, but interest is investment. Because of that, I created my own definition of environment, just keeping the names of all animals in Sanskrit in an order. You can appreciate, you can clap for that. That is not a problem. Now, when it comes to sustainability, as a Vice Chancellor, I did 2-3 very beautiful things. Let me praise myself. The first thing I did was, our jurisdiction is, we have 160 colleges from the border of Orissa to Ongole, with 160 colleges and 2.5 lakh students. So what I did was, I am a government employee, so I will be getting some pension after my retirement also. So I thought trees, they do so much of service to the world. After they attain an age of 60 years, we should give pension to trees also. So I started awarding a pension of 2,500 rupees per tree per year, if it is of age more than 60 years. And we have done this. It needs a big clap from you. Supreme Court has decided that the cost of the tree is 75,000 per year. Per year means age of the tree. Age of the tree is calculated based on the principle that every tree grows by 2.5 centimeter per year. So if you know the diameter at breast height divided by 2.5 centimeter, you will get the age of the tree. So if the age of the tree is, let us say it is 20 centimeter is the diameter, 25 centimeter is the diameter, 2.5 means its age is 10 years. 10 years means its cost will be 7.5 lakhs. Like that, today in our country, the value of tree is calculated. So this is the first thing I have done it. Another thing, a good thing I have done is, When I visited Geneva, wherever I go, generally I very proudly say that I visited, I have given about 2,500 plus programs in 27 countries, but I generally do not do that in the presence of chairman IIIE because he has visited 50 plus countries. So when I visited Geneva, the headquarters of UNO, I found the UNO building there and 100 flags here and 100 flags here, 200 flags of all the nations there. It took nearly 25 minutes for me to take a photograph there, and people from other countries, they were all waiting. While taking the photograph, I felt, why not, if I get a chance anytime in my life, I will develop a similar type of thing there. And when I became the Vice Chancellor, within few months, I developed a similar type of gesture, all 194 countries' flags of 20 foot tall, and spending a money of about 25 lakhs. I have developed that in JNTU Kakinada, my university. It is the first of its kind in the country. So whenever you visit Andhra Pradesh, you can come and visit that place and you can clap for that also. And the main concept of UNO, you all know that it is Vasudhaika Kutumbakam. Udara Charitanam tu Vasudhaika Kutumbakam. If you are very large-hearted and if we're all, see, I am not a Hindu, I am not a Muslim, I am not a Christian, I am not a Buddhist, I am not even an Indian. I am a citizen of the world, I am a global engineer. An engineer is the spine of the society. He is the leader of the society. So, for us, only humanism is our religion, or environment is our religion. With that concept only, when we grow, we all can offer a better and brighter world for the next generations. We all know that sustainable development mainly focuses on the next 2-3 generations. Generation means, Oxford Dictionary meaning is the average age gap between father and his child, which comes to around 33 years. Next 2-3 generations means it comes to nearly about 70-80 years. So next, whenever we think, we should think next 70-80 years point of view only we should think. So if that point of view, if you think, once again, before UNO, we all know that UNO says that the top 4 priorities of the world are 4 E's. One is environment, second one is energy, third one is economics, and fourth one is education. And so anything should be energy efficient, environment friendly, economically viable, and it should be socially acceptable. And if you Google, you will find what are the main challenges of the world. Top 10 challenges of the world. The first one you will get it as climate change. If you ask what are the top 3 challenges of the world, you will again get the climate change. If you ask what is the only one challenge of the world, then always you will get the same answer. Climate change by global warming caused by CO2. But the problem here is, now I will ask you one question. Maybe while giving with the answer, I will conclude this. Question I ask because if sun rises, we call it as Suryodaya. If moon rises, we call it as Chandrodaya. And if a question arises, it is called Jnanodaya, enlightenment. So that the question, my question to you is, if AC is used, temperature decreases or increases? You need not tell the answer. I only will tell the answer. I studied in Gujarat. Gujarat, the style is they put the question and they answer immediately. They say, Kem cho, Majama che? Majama che is actually the answer. You are supposed to tell that. But he only will tell, Kem cho, Majama che. Like that, the answer is, if you say the temperature decreases, it gives a lot of comfort to me, then you are a very selfish guy. But if you say, because of AC, the global temperature, mean global temperature increases from 16 degrees centigrade to something 16 plus, and the whole world is at a discomfort because of my comfort, then you are a global engineer, you are a citizen of the world. So because of AC, the temperature actually increases. We all know that. That answer only we should give as engineers, as responsible citizens. Now, the main culprit of it is CO2. CO2, problem with CO2 is its threshold limit value is 5000 ppm. What is threshold limit value? It is the maximum value at which an industrial worker is adversely affected by health when exposed for 5 days a week at the rate of 8 hours a day. But 5000 ppm is the TLV of CO2. For CO it is 50 ppm. For SO2 and NO2 it is only 0.5 ppm. For chlorine it is 0.1 ppm. Chlorine is most dangerous. But we always say chlorine is most dangerous. We never say CO2. Because CO2 is not dangerous to my health.
It does not cause any damage to me. It destroys the environment in which I am living. Man will kill himself if he thoughtlessly and violently upsets the very delicate web of life of which he is a part, not a part. We always think that if it damages the environment, my environment, it is not harmful for me. But if it is directly dangerous to me, then only I will consider it as an enemy. Now, there is only one agency which drinks that CO2 and gives us the pranavayu, that is oxygen, and that is trees or plants, that is the leaves. That is why in Hindi there is a very, very beautiful song that says, a old leaf while falling down, it educates the newly born leaf that all the living creatures of the world, they release the poison of life. They are the villain of life. They release CO2. We only drink that CO2 and then produce oxygen for all of them. So life means our life only is life. And then it falls. So the Hindi song says, किसी के मुस्कुराहटों के वजह तुम जले बहार के लिए जो जिंदगी कहेगा फूल हर कली से बार बार जीना उसी का नाम है. That means, so life means only the life of trees. That is what the greatest book has told us. That is Abhijnana Shakuntalam. Long, long ago, some 10,000 plus years before, a great teacher called Kanva, he was addressing lakhs of students of different fields, and he was telling one point, and everybody listened, but one person, he listened and put it into practice. The name of the student is Bharat. That is why our country is named after him as Bharat. He says, Swasukha nirabhilashaha khidyase lokahetoho samayati paritapam chayaya swasritanam. Chaya means shade. What happens is, a tree, for its cool shade, we stand under them. To give us a cool shade, it has to withstand the heat on its head. While withstanding the heat on the head only, it enjoys life, because it knows that only when I withstand this heat, I can give a cool shade to the people depending on me. So every global engineer should think like that. If we sacrifice our small comforts, then only we can live for the common good of the society. So with that aspect, if we all can grow, we will definitely glow, and we will have a beautiful aura, and we can contribute a very beautiful, brighter and better tomorrow to the next generations. And I once again profusely thank the organizers, our revered chief guest, Sri Anilji, and every one of you present here for your great listening. And with your permission, I will close with a two-line song which I have learned, because Sigmund Freud, the father of psychology, says that any education that does not teach morals and civility, any education that has no music and literature, can only produce human psychos and sadists. So I am basically a teacher, and any challenge you say, Tony Blair, as the Prime Minister of UK, he said that for any problem of the world, there are only three solutions. Whether it is climate change or whatever you say, there are only three solutions. The first solution is education. Second solution is education. Third solution is education. And what is this education? Plato says education is transfer of civilization. You all have learned beautiful things from beautiful people. See, I cannot name each and every persons in the panel section as well as the guest speakers. I don't know how you have got so many experts who are really very great. They all have told so many beautiful things to every one of us. And you are all not educated because of that. Because education is transfer of civilization, transfer of good things. They have transferred good knowledge to you, so they are educated. You are not educated. When will you be educated? When you transfer all these good things you have learned in these 2 days, if you can transfer to in your own industries, you conduct a small program and transfer all this knowledge to them, then you will be educated. That is what education is, transfer of civilization, says Plato. So, I will sing a small song. because you did not say yes immediately, I will sing 2 songs. just on lighter side. In Telugu, there is a song actually, because Brahma Kadigina Padamu. Padamu means feet. Brahma, the creator of the world, washed the feet of Vishnu. That is why about Vishnu, this song is there, that creator Brahma he himself washed the feet of Vishnu. That is what we find in Thiruvananthapuram, Anantapadmanabha. So the song is Brahma Kadigina Padamu Padmanabha Kamala Nayana Bhujaga Seyana. When you actually observe this temple of the Anantapadmanabha in the Thiruvananthapuram, in the same sequence you will find. First you will find the feet washed by Brahma, then you will find the Padmanabha, then you will find Kamala Nayana, then you will find the Bhujaga Seyana. So that is the beautiful song which is, we sing very popularly, but it belongs to your own land of Thiruvananthapuram. And the last song is, you should forgive me if there are any mistakes. It is a song of this land. I do not know any Malayalam, but for your, to honor your language, I just learned it, so there will be mistakes. How a human being should be. This is written by Mahakavi of Malayalam. Praising our father of nation as the greatest teacher. The song says, Lokame taravadu tanniki chedukulam pulukulam pulukulam kudittan kudumbakar. The meaning, what I understood is, Lokame taravadu tanniki. That means, for this man, for you, the whole world is your family. The whole world full of flora and fauna, everything. Everything is your family. Now, the chedu, in Telugu it is called chettu. Chettu, whatever, tree. Trees are our family members. Everybody agrees. Flowers are our family members. Everybody agrees. But when we enjoy a flower, suddenly if a stinking, ugly looking worm comes out of that flower, immediately we throw it. Because it is looking ugly. But a really beautiful person, he does not look at the appearance. At the end of the day, what matters the most is not the color of the skin, but the content of the character. So, whether it is a beautiful flower or an ugly looking worm, for a good citizen, both he loves. Because both play a very key role in the protection and preservation of our one earth. So, with this concept, if we all can go, that kindness, if we can develop, this earth becomes the beautiful heaven for all of us. So little drops of water make the mighty ocean, little grains of sand the pleasant land. Little words and deeds in kindness make our one earth the heaven above. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Together. Okay. 2 days back, his audience were 3,000 students. 18 hours, 14 hours for him, nothing. Only listeners have to sit. And he makes such a way, listeners never go out of the hall till he sits down. So such a person, we are honored to be with it. Your 10 minutes is nothing. And for me, several occasions I attended. It's a very crisp synopsis. Anytime you want, again you will come for hours together, several people gathering. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Murali Krishna, for reinforcing the need to be global engineers to ensure Vasudeva Kudambam. With these, let us go to the much awaited moment of the day. The waiting makes it more sweeter with the results. So we have Dr. B. Anil, Chairman of IIIE Trivandrum Chapter and the Organizing Committee Chair, who will be delivering the awards, details of the awards. So he has been the dynamic force behind the IIIE Trivandrum Chapter, and he has served he serves in many forums. Even after retirement, I think he's the most dynamic person and much sought after resource. He is also a student of Professor KGN sir, and much imbibed from him. He runs and drives the IIIE chapter with his might and rigor and the dynamism. And we also have seen that he has won many, many laurels because of the time constraint, and he's letting us know to speak much. There are much more laurels that he has brought to the institution, brought to the state, and he has served as, of late he was served as the principal, JEC Barton Hill at Trivandrum, another government engineering college here. He came from Wayanad Engineering College, serving as a principal, completing his tenure. So there are many, many things about him that you can learn, gather today. You can always connect with him. With these words, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Nidhi. She's one of my favorite students. Okay, that's why she is praising me. Okay, good evening, respected Chief Guest Mohan. Of course, he is also my student. President of the function, Prasad Raju sir, Krishna sir, and other dignitaries on and off the dais, respectful KGN sir, R.D. Pilla sir, and other NC members. So good evening. Anyway, I'm not wasting any time. So can you please show that? Yeah. So I think 2 days of hectic activities have been there. And many of you have felt maybe good or bad. So please give your feedback. Already these feedback forms are there. More than 250 people are here attended the program, but from the feedback we got only less than 50. So in this hall itself right now more than 150 are there. So please scan this and register your feedback. I'll give you 2 minutes. Please do that. I request even the dignitaries, even the chief guest, to please do that. Because that will be the great honor that you give to the organizing team. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, please complete the form. Can you just change? Okay. So first we will go for the national awards from the III headquarters. It's basically the awards for papers published in the Industrial Engineering Journal. The best paper award is authored by Himansh Nigam and Dr. Girish Thakur. The title of the paper is Productivity Improvement in a Truck Chassis Long Member Manufacturing Company in Pidambar, a case study. I think Dr. Girish is here, so I request Girish to come over and then collect it. And in fact, Girish, I think he has been there in most of the productivity competitions. So I have witnessed him in many occasions where I also was part of it. So thank you, sir. Please come over and congratulations. The best case study in the traditional area is won by Gopesh Parekh, Yogesh Patel, Dhawal Paranchabi, Mitesh Modi, and Hiren Panchal. The title is Implementation of Six Sigma Program for Lean Manufacturing to Reduce the Rework Waste in DM Manufacturing Unit by eliminating defect of leakage from SS connection in DM unit of induction melting furnace. Mitesh Modi and Hiren Panchal will collect the prize. Oh, on behalf. Okay. Now, best case study in non-traditional area. The authors are Saptarshi Das and Dr. Bijan Sarkar. Okay, an exploratory analysis for availability assessment of Industry 4.0 under utopian environment, a de novo approach. Okay, I think they are not here. And the best student paper award, the title is Improving Occupational Health Outcomes and Enhancing Job Satisfaction by the Design and Development of a Passive Overhead Exoskeleton in Industries, authored by Nishant Pandit, Advik Gupte, Kirtan Vandra, Vinay Mistry, Hari Vasudevan, Dharam Ranka, and Dr. Vinayak Hathwade. I think Dr. Vinayak will come and collect the. Yeah, the prestigious event of this convention is National Productivity Contest. So initially we thought we'll not get many entries, but this time we have got 24 entries from various organizations. Okay, the first prize, it was, I mean, the contest was very, very fierce, and the first prize of 15,000 rupees was won by Tata Motors Pune. A case study titled C-Rail Line Productivity Enhancement Through Line Balancing, MUDA Elimination and AIML Vision. It is presented by Tausif Alam and Praveen Shinde. Congratulations. They collect a prize of rupees 15,000. The second prize of rupees 10,000 rupees is won by Amphenol MCI Kochi. The case study title Productivity of Battery Connected Terminals, presented by Arun Sridhar, Anish Salam, Abhi KS. The third prize of 5,000 rupees is won by Advik High Tech Private Limited, Pune. Case study titled To Improve OEE by Reducing Tool Change Loss in B493 Idler Bracket Cell, presented by Prashant Gadekar, Ramachandra Gadhwe, Kunul Godka. Now, as I said, the competition was so fierce, and our judges, honorable judges, of course, led by our NC member Pradeep, and the three other judges, they did a wonderful job. They recommend that the 10 more prizes have to be given. Okay, consolation prizes. Okay, Bosch Limited Bangalore, represented by Avinash Balaji and Anand S. Please come over. Next one, LPSC Bangalore, B. Ram Prasad. Please come over. Force Marshal, Pune, Vivek Ingol and Tushar Deshmukh. V-Guard Wires and Cables, Uttarakhand. Before you leave, check whether you got the right certificate, because too many people are coming at the same time. You verify whether the certificate you got are the right one. Mane Kankor Ingredients Private Limited, Kochi. Jahari Satishan, Jayesh Pushpan, Sanil KM, Praveen Pillai, Jibin Jobi. So, please leave this way. Please, excuse me. So that will be, the flow will be easier. That's Force Marshal. Next, V-Guard, please get ready. V-Guard. And Mane, please line up, please. This side, please. Industrial engineering principle, flow, one way. Next one is MRCMPU, Malabar Regional Cooperative Milk Producers Union, Milma, a unit of Milma, Malappuram. Okay, P. Arun and Vishnu Chandran. P. Arun and Vishnu Chandran, are you there? You're from Milma? Milma, okay. Next one is HLL Akulam. Shiva Selva Kumar, Jidin and Mahesh Kumar. HLL Life Care. Thank you. Advik High Tech Pune, Madhukara DC and Rabindra Maharna. Next one is PCBL Chemicals Limited, Kochi. Manoranjit, Praveen Raj, Avinash Das. That is Advik team here. Next to receive the award, PCBL Chemicals Limited, Kochi. Manoranjit, Praveen Raj and Avinash Das. And the final one, HLL Life Care, Perur Kada. Please make it fast. Vimal Kumar, Hari, Manikandan and Kalesh, our local team. Okay. So out of 24, we have given prizes for 13. So sorry that we ran out of prizes, otherwise would have... Because the competition was so fierce. Okay. I request Pradeep to come over and give a brief of what has happened. Please. Please come over. Yes, 2 days completely he has been sitting with the judges. Please come over. Give him a big hand.
When the activities of this convention started, Mr. Dr. Anil called me and told me about this productivity contest competition going to be held at Trivandrum along with the convention. Then he was much worried in the beginning to get the teams from various industries. And after 1 month, he was telling me that he has got only around 5 teams. It's very difficult to get the teams. Then I said, you don't worry, I'll give around 10 teams I'll get you from Kerala or outside Kerala. Then I started trying, contacting different companies in Kerala and also outside Kerala, Coimbatore, Kashipur, etc. And finally, I could give 9 teams for this competition. So totally, finally, it reached 24 teams, almost 24 teams for this competition, and it went on well. And although regarding the judges also, I suggested 3 persons, and he has agreed for the judges, and they were, one was our Dr. George Sripasar. He was a former CMD of FACT and also joint director of the V-Guard Industries, and now he is the director of Chitlappalli Foundation, and also our president of the III Kerala chapter. And the second judge was Mr. P. Binilal, he is the present director of KSPC and also the vice chairman of III Kerala chapter. And the third one is Shivakumar, he belongs to Trivandrum and former director of KSPC and also a III member of Trivandrum chapter. So I thank Dr. Anil for calling me and asking for help. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
As a token of appreciation, I request our chief guest. Yeah, Nidhi MB, myself and my guru, Gopalakrishna sir. 3 generations, right? Kejan was my teacher and Gidhi is my student. Now, coming to the best paper award, the best paper is Srigar V. Pai, PhD student of Kerala University of Digital Sciences. Title, An AI-powered predictive analytics approach for early detection of entrepreneurial failures. Second prize, Khanashyam Shenvi Kherkar. Please, this way. PG scholar of Goa College of Engineering. Oh, it's an online presentation, okay. Title of the paper was AI-enabled supply chain performance for sustainable tourism. Because we had both online and offline presentations. Okay, so this was an online presentation. Third prize is Mamta C, research scholar of Sri Chitra Thirunal College of Engineering. Title, Development and Validation of a Scale to Measure Key Workplace Conflict Types for HR Professionals. An integrated FUSSY, AHP and Delphi approach. Now another interesting award. Yesterday we conducted one small puzzle, okay, during our break time. Okay, we have given on grid, 13 by 13 grid with alphabets, and people are asked to identify terms, personalities, tools, techniques associated with industrial engineering and quality control. And the first, we were there asked to identify them, right? And Shivaselva Kumaran of HLL, he has identified 27 terms associated with this quality puzzle. Selva Kumaran is here. Yeah, please come over. (27 out of 67. Pass mark illa. So there were 67 terms. He could. Give him a big hand because it was not that easy. Within half an hour he did that. So that's time limit. Yeah. The second one, second prize is Robert Johnson. Robert Johnson, is he here? He was a close second, 26 terms. And third one, envious Arun Prakash. He got 22. Arun Prakash. So I request our guests, honorable guests, to spare a few more minutes because our team has toiled hard. So I would like to appreciate them before this audience, right? So I request the Dr. Suresh Kumar. Okay. He was heart and soul of this whole scheme, working behind and then ensured that everything went on well. Dr. Sabu RL, please. He was the treasurer. He ensured that the financial transactions are going on smooth. Of course, the productivity teams, they didn't ask where is their cash. They didn't ask me. I announced 10,000, 15,000 and all. They never asked where is the money. So you contact him. He's the treasurer. Okay. Then Sini Vipulai. Yeah. She has been there mainly for conference, and of course she has been here for paper presentations, and of course here you might have seen her handling the sessions and all. Okay. Mr. Arun Prakash, he is behind our productivity contest. Okay, it was very, very tough task. And Abhijit Raj Kumar, where is Abhijit? Abhijit, let him come because he is busy with some arrangements. Okay, he will be back. Okay, Dr. Sabu, please come over. So he has been behind our transport team. So hope most of you enjoyed, the kind of arrangements he made for the transport. Okay. Because I never got any call from anyone. That means things are perfect. Dr. Vinita, please come over. She has been handling our volunteers because we have an army of 20 volunteers. So, and she's also the student chapter coordinator. So, Dr. Binush is not here. Okay. Mr. Sunit Nadarajan, please make it fast. And finally, our organizing secretary, even though he is very silent, he is behind the whole scene, it's our Bijulal. Okay, thank you. Move on to the next one.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now let me invite. Okay, so we move on with the launch of the website. For that, may I request Dr. Rajiv Agarwal and team.
So it's my pleasure to introduce my team, who is actually behind the launching of website, and then we are just coming from printing to online. So Dr. Dhananjay Dola ji, Dr. Sashmita Tripathi, Praveer Agrawal ji, myself. You just request to Just this is our website. Please go only this website, and where you just click the publication IE Journal, and this is the IE Journal. This is the site. Just hold on, hold on. You cannot yet see the home page is there. So first we will go to home page where the National Council. Just click on National Council. So this is the National Council 2024-25. So we able guidance of President Sir and Chairman Sir. Please drop down. We are now able to launch this site, and we have very good support for Yogesh ji. And then this is the total committee. So 24, 25. Please go up. Complete now. वापस ऊपर जाएं. Now editorial board. Click. This is the editorial board. Now this is the editorial board from various places of world, and here eminent members are there. So these people are involved in the various activities of Interchanging Journal. So we have very soon, go up. Very soon, if you're able to see above the submit your paper, you submit your paper. Don't click that. Don't click. Submit your paper. Where now you can submit your paper, and you can see where the status of your paper is now. Now click the home button, where home button upar blue color line, upar 3-4 lines high. This is the button. Now here, if you click this, please click again. A home button. Now niche home button ha. You click this. Yes. Now click volume. Just volume. Now effort has been putting up to put all the printing volumes from 2025 to 2009. Just go up. Just go up. Go up. No. Go up. So you can see how much effort has been given in this. You can see this is a 2009. Now go up. Now, this is complete. Now go back to top. Click on the June issue. Click on the June issue only. First click on the June issue. First issue. First volume. Volume 17, June issue. Yeah. Upar. Yes, this. Here, now you can see the paper name, authors, and then now we are updating it. So it will now come up with the abstract also in this paper. Now till now we are having this particular arrangement. You can see the aims and scope, ethical issue for authors, indexing, everything will come up. Since now journal was in printing, now we are now transitioning to online, and I can say it's all because of leadership of our chairman sir, and Yogesh ji, then Raj ji, and our team is there, which is there. Means we had a number of online meetings because transition from printing to online was a very tough task. Domain name has been taken, iejournal.in. This is the site, but it is connected with our website only. So thank you all for listening. Side.
Okay, thank you, and big round of applause for this digital transformation for the IIII Journal. With that, we move on to one of the recognizing activities, recognizing of IIII veterans. I believe this is also part of our legacy.
This is a very, very important function as far as we are concerned. So we have two of our, founder members here who are, they built up the chapter from scratch, and we are here this is the third time we are conducting the convention. After 2007, this again. I think we have not done bad. I think it's the lessons that learned or taught by our gurus, so we would like to recognize them. We have K. Gopalakrishnan Nair, sir. Sir, please come over. So, someone please help me. And all of you know him. He was in the National Council and all for a long time.
Hello, all of you. We started the chapter in 1981 with about 10 members, and it has grown to this level during this period. We conducted 3 national conventions. We got the Best Chapter Award 3 times, and it is all due to the devotion and help of the members. I thank them all during this function and felicitating me for this function. Thank you.
Now, Dr. R.D. Pillai, sir. So fondly, people call him Rat Pillai because in IIII circle,
I am with IIIE for last 40 years or more. And 12 years I was in the National Council 3 times. And 1 year I was National Secretary also. And it's one of the finest organizations because I am also in some other organizations like a Rotary Club, Trivandrum Management Association, all these. But I really enjoyed my IIIE membership. All very knowledgeable engineers working in industries and institutions everywhere, and it is that friendship was worth in my career also. Thank you very much.
Please. Anyway, feedback session is there, sir. So next is feedback. Okay. Yeah, we'll call you. Next is feedback only. You can do it. Yeah, now feedback only. Please.
I am rather, my inner heart is appealing that I must speak few words. We all are of the same age and we have been in NC for a long time, and we have become very good friends and very intimate, and all the 3 of us were so happy to meet each other after such a long time. So my hearty compliments to both of them. Thanks.
So now it's feedback time. So maybe you would like to have some feedback from the audience. So can somebody please pass on the mic? Some quick 1 or 2.
Good evening, sir. It was a very nice program and got a. Yes, sir. My name is Krishna Dev. I come from Government Engineering College, Thrissur. I am doing research, mechanical engineering department. My subject is lean manufacturing. I got this wonderful opportunity to be part of this conference by presenting paper TED 2 Transformation of Lean Manufacturing Practices Implementation Models Across Industrial Eras. And I got a wonderful exposure towards industrial knowledge in this wonderful program, and it was excellent coordination, also wonderful facility, and got the opportunity to connect with lot of dignitaries, famous personalities and all, and every moment were very nice technical and knowledgeable sessions. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Good evening, all. Actually, I spent my most of the time with the paper presentations, where young generation students, research scholars, they were given very good presentations within 10 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes, within short time. Really, I learned many things, new things from them. Really, I surprised. Earlier, at that time, I got a thought. 20-25 years back, when we are young, that time, any quiz they asked, which is 100% literacy state in India? We used to say Kerala. Like that when we are students. So that time we know Kerala is 100% literacy state. But now everybody is almost in India total, everybody is 100% literacy. Okay. But now Kerala is now, the students I'm seeing, they are different. Still, they are more advanced than other parts of the, nation. Really, they are very advanced. So that latest, whatever statistical tools they are using, they are really conducting the sample studies and that analysis and everything and statistics. Really, I have appreciated them. Really, it is a very glad to be a part of this program. Thank you very much.
Good evening, all of you. This was a convention wherein, start to finish, there were no flaws. Next, in many of the conferences and conventions, they end up with the confusions and chaos. But here, yesterday morning, the takeoff by the chief guest was so marvelic and marvelous, and he connected every point dot to dot with industrial engineering, right from his diploma level to graduation to master's to PhD and to the Chandrayaan launch and other things. This has given a great impetus to the movement of the Indian Institute of Industrial Engineering. There was a time when regular engineering was not possible, AMI was possible. When electronics started, grade IET was possible. Now both of them become obsolete. Now it is only graduateship examination in IEM. That is the only one thing current, present and relevant. He gave a big start. And I requested the valedictory address man to repeat the shloka again, but somehow time is short of it, I'm telling you. So valedictory address was great conclusion with no confusion. He has told the younger generation what you have to give back to the society, what you have to give back to the nation, what you have to give back to the institution. Thanks to everyone. It's a wonderful convention, Trivandrum.
So we move on to the next most awaited closing ceremony, the vote of thanks by Dr. C. Suresh, Secretary IIIE Trivandrum Chapter. He has been instrumental in leading the LR 110 projects.
Mr. Abhijit, who was absent during that, he was running around, so Please. Most of the software part was handled by him. So registration, all other things, and even the QR code, all the, software things that you see here was done by him.
Good evening, all. See, our chapter chairman has honored all the organizing members, but we have to honor him. He is the brain behind and the driver behind us.
Over to you, Suresh sir, to continue with a word of thanks. It has been indeed a privilege while I had my opportunity to hand over the baton as secretary to him previously led by Dr. Vinu sir, who was the secretary. He is not here at the moment. And over to you in able hands. We see the secretaryship. Thank you.
So, good afternoon all. Respected chief guest, I will call Mohanji because he is my friend also. And then Murali Krishna sir, an excellent talk. And all other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais and dear delegates. A warm good evening to all of you. I am extremely happy and proud to stand before you as Secretary of IIII Trivandrum Chapter after hearing the feedback as well as the comments from all the dignitaries from this august audience. I am sure all of you might have enjoyed the 2 days in Trivandrum and enjoyed the conference proceedings also. Now, I'll come to my duty. This conference, our organizing secretary has told that the National Council has asked us to do that. All those things are correct. But then there are certain history or the stories behind that. We got this information somewhere around January or February that this National Convention as well as the International Conference has to be conducted at Trivandrum. This was the message given to us. And normally for this type of a function, it needs minimum 1 year preparation because it's an international conference, we need to have it. And this we have discussed in our executive committee. And all of us told that we'll plan somewhere in November or December. That was the idea. Then there are two veterans, our KGN sir and R.I.D. Pilla sir. They have a different opinion. No. We are industrial engineers. We should apply the industrial engineering principles and see that whatever the date demanded by the NC, National Council or headquarters, we should conduct the seminar. And then the dates were given by headquarters, 8th and 9th, and we worked for that. And the entire organizing team, led by Bijilal sir as well as Anil sir, we have worked together, and today is the culmination. I am really happy that we could deliver whatever the trust given on us by the National Convention as well as the Trivandrum chapter, we could deliver to the best possible way to conduct this program here today. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
The statutory requirement, we need to conclude by 10th of August. That is the reason.
Yes, sir. Then, while discussing this, we were looking for the co-hosting agency, and immediately we landed upon College of Engineering Trivandrum, and Dr. Suresh is the principal of College of Engineering Trivandrum. He was the invited guest during the inaugural function also. They have readily accepted, and Mechanical Engineering Department as well as the School of Management Director is Suresh Subramanian sir. He is the National Convention National Committee member also. Together they have accepted that they will co-host and they will be part and parcel of this program. And with that, their support and guidance only we could come to this level. Now, for conducting any program, we need finance. So, of course, headquarters has given us enough support. But then there are sponsors though Kerala is not having much industry, but we could get support from KSIDC, K-Space, Keltron, Milma, ISRO, and so many other industries in and around Trivandrum as well as Kerala. They have supported us to come up to this level and make this the conference in a break-even mode. We could reach that. Then advertisement from many industries. Our Keltron has given, then BrahMos Aerospace has given. So all those things could also add some value to our financing part of it. Then chapters, certain chapters, especially the Hyderabad chapter, they have given support for us to conducting the function. There are many chapters have given us financial support. Then coming to the vote of thanks, I thank all of them for giving us this support. Then I am not repeating any of the descriptions made on Dr. Narayanan. He was the chairman of, he is the chairman of ISRO, and he has given a very good talk on this topic, covering the industrial engineering as well as ISRO programs, how we are jiving with industrial engineering as well as the ISRO program. So I express my sincere thanks to Dr. V. Narayanan as the chief guest. Then, of course, the delegates coming from all the industries as well as the chapters of institutions. Then case studies, industries, there are 16 industries and 24 case studies. Already Pradeep has explained all those things. I express sincere thanks to that. Then our chapter president, Narayana Murthy sir, today he could not attend this function because he is not well. Yesterday he was here, so I express my sincere thanks to him for his valuable guidance and other things. Then organizing committee, okay, under the guidance of Dr. Bijilal sir, it has done an excellent job, so I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Bijilal sir and team. I am also part of that. Then executive committee, our chairman is Anil sir. I need not tell any word. You all know how he has performed. So I express my sincere thanks on behalf of III chapter as well as national headquarters. Then two names I have to mention. That is our NC chairman, Prasad Raju sir, as well as Yogesh. They have come down to Trivandrum, given us all valuable guidances and advice in between, and they have verified all the arrangements in between, and then have gone back. And thank you, sir, for your valuable guidance and support, Yogesh sir also. Then Dr. Suresh Subramaniam sir, Then Suresh Subramanian sir, he is the NC member, National Council member from Trivandrum chapter. So he was the bridge between the Trivandrum chapter and the National Council as well as headquarters. He was always behind us, driving us to conduct this program or this convention in a befitting manner. Then coming to the 2 or 3 people who are very much involved in and delivering whatever the possible to the extent of their limitations. That is Dr. Sinivi Pillai for organizing the paper presentations and other things. Then Arun Prakash for conducting the case studies. Then Professor Sabu for conducting the entertainment program yesterday. Then one name we cannot forget. He has already talked to you. That is Pradeep from the Kerala chapter. But for his effort, we could not have conducted this productivity contest in this manner. Then all the session chairs, session managers, I'm not mentioning any of their names. They are all NC members and other seniors and professors. So I express my sincere thanks to each one of you for your valuable contribution. Then speakers of eminent personalities. There were 12 eminent talks were there. I express my sincere thanks to each one of them. Then coming to Sri Mohan, I have to especially thank him for accepting our invitation to become the chief guest of valedictory function. I express my sincere thanks to Mohan sir. Then Professor Murali Krishna sir, he has given a wonderful talk. I don't know how to explain what is that talk, but it was really enjoying. So I express my sincere gratitude to Murali Krishna sir also for this talk. Then for every function to run around and conduct, we need young bloods. And we got the young bloods from the CET Mechanical Engineering Department as well as the CET School of Management. There are 20 volunteers, young bloods. They are all industrial engineering students or the management MBA students. Their efforts with words we cannot explain. For the last 2 days, I don't know, they were sleeping here in this hotel itself, they were sleeping. That much effort they were taking it. So I express on behalf of the organizing committee sincere thanks to all of them. Then the delegates and participants, without your presence, of course, it was told in the valedictory function this much participation is rare. So I thank each one of you. Then the press, they have covered, we have conducted the press meet there, and then subsequently inaugural function also they have conducted the press meet. Then comes to the venue, this Hotel Demora. The hotel management team was excellent. They were, whatever we demand, it was given by them. So the food, the venue, all those things were excellent. So I express my sincere thanks on behalf of myself as well as the organizing team to the hotel management. Then the travel was arranged by the Remia Travels. So they were also conducted. We have given only the list, though we are the transport in charge, myself and Sabu sir. But we have given the list to them. They have taken care to the last month. There was no, as Anil sir told, there was no complaint from anywhere. That means it has functioned well. Then the photography by Biju Josivan and YouTube live telecast by Rajesh. So I express my sincere thanks to both of them. Then and the Sajikumar, he has conducted a entertainment program yesterday here. I think hope all of you might have enjoyed that 1 hour. So I express my sincere thanks to Sajikumar for conducting this program. Flute. Finally, coming to the last few, but not the least, comparing by Dr. Sinivi Pillai and Dr. Abhijit during the inaugural ceremony, Dr. Sasmita during the award ceremony, and Dr. Nidhi during this valedictory function. I express my sincere thanks to all of you. Thank you all. Thank you. Event management, Kerala Events and Ranjit, we cannot forget his contribution. Whatever we demanded, he has given. So, Ranjit. One second.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधितरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
So one of the volunteers just gather everyone. എല്ലാവരും വിളിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് വരിക. Okay.